I should probably actually change this to what I'm really playing on the YouTube. And also to add it to the SageTube. We're doing a little surprise. Oh, god dog it. Once I figure out how to get this thing to add. Oh, I know what to do. Let me see now. Let's see, it's another surprise live stream from Sage 2016. We're joined by one Overlord and David T. Lurker. But in the meantime, I'm just going to kill some time playing some games. Although this game I have right now is not quite Sonic or Sega related. And this will probably be cut out of the archive. Let's see, I don't want Dancing Robotnik ass. I want a link. Right now we're just, again, just waiting for some key players to jump in here. And also just trying to get this thing set up. See one person watching right now. Probably just me. I have no idea. Yeah, right now the Sage thing is just showing cops. And also I noticed that the stream description did not update correctly because it's cool like that. And yes, I do see you folks in the chat room for the YouTube page. Skyman50, I see you, bro. What's up, cuh? Please bear with me, though. This may be a little lengthy wait time before the stream starts for real. This is just going to be... This is it's time to, or it's just killing time right now. I'm trying to do two things at once here. What? Neo, how did you get that link? What the F? Pedro's saying you won't teach me because you don't trust me. But yep. We'll add it as temporary, that's fine. Alright. We interrupt this episode of Cops to bring you this special stream. So, alright, this is a special surprise stream at Sage 2016. Those of you joining us from Sonic Amateur Games Expo. As it is called, Sonic and Robotnik's Laboratory Read-Along with Overlord and David T. Lurker. But until then, we're going to play this non-Sonic Sega game, unless you guys don't like that. If you guys don't mind, anyway. We would have started now, but, you know, things happen. Plans kind of fall through. But, at least on the live stream front, we're pretty much ready to go on that. In the meantime, though... Ooh, what the heck? There we go, that's better. We're just gonna play this Xbox game, hope you guys don't mind. This is Unreal Championship 2. The Xbox exclusive. Oh god. Oh god, he's got a... I think he's got a U damage.
Enemy flag carrier is here.
God, bad aim. Alright. Ah! Good. Someone's throwing things at me. Yeah, I've just been kind of playing this game and dying horribly. Probably not even live stream friendly. I think we're gonna die again. Whoa. Ah, something killed me. I have no idea what. This game's kind of like that sometimes, but, uh-oh. No, I don't care. Ah. Let's see. This game is, basically made just for the Xbox. You have a limited set of weapons. Come on, give me the... There we go.
Pain will purify you. Base secured.
No, it's not. You got, like, no health. And now, my bandwidth seems to be going nuts, and I don't know why. See, this is why we do, this pre-stream stuff. Got it. Yeah, the video is skipping super bad. I don't know what it looked on the stream. Then again, it doesn't need to be playing either. Skymin50 in the YouTube chat, if you're wondering if this is on YouTube right now. It pretty much is. This is also being broadcast to sageexpo.org, also known as Sonic Amateur Games Expo. Alright, let's see here. Let's see how that's doing. I had the stream playing like 3 times. Cut that out. Okay, so... Okay.
Let me show you hell.
Right, that works. So anyway, this is Unreal Championship 2. This is exclusive to the original Xbox system.
I need backup.
No, you don't. Its main gimmick is that it has a limited weapon selection that you set up at the beginning of a match. You have 1 energy weapon, 1 explosive weapon, and also your general pistols. And you can switch between first and third person if you really want to. And also, you have a dedicated melee weapon. And it's really good for navigation, or navigating large spaces like this. And also the main other gimmick is the adrenaline system. In Unreal Tournament 2003 and 2004. Oh, we won. We got that point. Cool. So you hit the X button. You have different abilities you can make use of. And aside from nimble and speed, the other abilities are exclusive to your character. So it's basically like a hero shooter, much akin to Overwatch, before Overwatch was a thing. And I want to see if I can get this one other gimmick to work. Oh, there's a dude down there. You can click in the right stick to lock on, but it's only really useful if you got melee weapons. Get back here. Oh, they're down there. If you're not careful, you can go flying off to your death, so...
Blue flag taken.
You know, just don't do it willy-nilly.
Enemy flag carrier is here.
Kind of want the third-person camera. Let's see. Oh god.
Flag carrier spotted.
In the midfield. Oh, they're over there. Shoot.
Flag carrier spotted.
That's my guy.
Flag carrier spotted.
Yes, I know. You can deflect weapons, bullets, explosives, doesn't matter.
Flag carrier spotted.
Ah.
Red flag dropped.
Oh, they dropped the flag.
Base is under heavy attack. Soon, you'll know what cold feels
Red
like.
flag returned. Blue flag
Ah.
returned.
Oh well, that was pretty chaotic, but the flag is safe for now, I guess. Let's see. This game was published by Midway, so there is also a fatality mechanic in the game, which is very awkward.
Flag.
The insert routine.
I have nothing to lose.
Uh-oh.
I need backup. I am ready to score.
Sniped. My adrenaline is here.
I am the Alpha and Omega.
I don't remember
Dropped. Blue
Nice
flag
shot.
returned.
I don't remember what all the different adrenaline abilities do, because again, it's different for pretty much each character. Ah. And this is capture the flag, so dying isn't too bad.
Talk to the hand.
Alright.
Red flag taken.
Yeah, someone's got our flag.
I miss you. Come back.
They're up there now.
Flag carrier
Red
spotted.
flag returned.
Cool.
Blue
I have the
flag
flag.
taken.
Alright. So we got one adrenaline ability thing here. I know Ethereal makes a projection of you, so it makes your enemies miss.
Blue flag dropped. Blue flag
Alright.
returned.
Whoop. If they deflect you, that's bad. Oh. Yeah!
Nice shot.
Fatality. Okay. And keep in mind, you have to be right next to the enemy and lock on with the right stick in melee mode before you can do any kind of fatality.
I've got the flag. They secure it.
But yeah, there's a surprising amount of death for this game, despite the fact that it only came out on Xbox. Ooh, am I going the right way? Yes. Okay. But well, these guys are on my ass now. Oh, and you'll notice I'm not using my melee weapon to try and dash along. So if I try to do that, I'm going to drop the flag, which is not good.
Enemy flag carrier is
Oh god.
enemy flag carrier.
Oh no.
Flag returned.
Okay. I can do this, which lets me dash. By hitting the B button while in the air, I will dash forward without dropping the flag. But it costs adrenaline, so don't want to keep spamming it. Yeah, let's check out, because I don't know if you guys are not... Alright, we've got a good 7 people watching. But yeah, I do, like, I do kind of feel bad because this is a channel that is supposed to be more along the lines of, you know, Sonic and Sega, everything. I would normally use my regular account to stream non-Sonic and Sega stuff, and again, once the archive goes up, I'm cutting all this out because I'm just messing around. Timid over at Sonic Retro was
Blue flag taken.
asking for someone to play Jazz Jackrabbit, and I would not mind taking him up on that offer. Another Epic Games classic.
Enemy flag carrier is
Oh.
here.
Wow. It's easier to deflect the bullets from bots since they seem to fire at a very specific pattern. So yeah, you can literally deflect everything in the game. And also, if you pull both triggers, you pull up a shield.
What's that? There's a nuclear missile flying for my head? Oh no, I'll just deflect it.
Oh yeah, well that's how it works. That's how all bullets get deflected in the future. Also,
Everybody's got their own personal shields.
yeah. What's up, Overlord?
Oh, not so much. Just got back from North Wales this afternoon.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm. Work, work, work.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad because I wasn't... We did agree on this time, didn't we? Early on?
Yes, we did, yeah.
And I
I
completely
think what's
forgot.
happened is... Oh, you forgot. Okay, yeah, I
Yeah.
know some other bits and pieces have come up.
And also, we
But,
have a schedule on the front page, but...
We have a front page?
For Sonic Amateur Games Expo. I mean, if...
Oh, okay,
yeah,
yeah, that's
yeah,
got
yeah.
a front page. Yeah, that makes sense.
Are you taking the piss about Retro's front page too? Are you one of those guys, huh?
We have a front page?
Well, forget you. I'm going to sign into Xbox Live.
Original Xbox Live?
Yeah.
Wow.
You can still play. I mean, not on Xbox Live, but you can still play against other people using like System Link. I was actually
Did anybody ever get round to sort of setting up an unofficial one for that?
for an official Xbox Live. You mean, or what do you mean?
Yeah, like a sort of like replacement service for original OG Xbox Live.
Not that I've heard of. In fact, I haven't really. I'd imagine, you know, because Microsoft has such a strong hold on the Xbox Live infrastructure, they're not exactly willing to just let that go right now.
Well, no, but there's no support for it at all for the original system. Though, having said that, what would you really play on OG Xbox Live now? The only thing that ever really got any significant use on it was Halo, and all the Halo.
I mean, there were
it's all
some
playing
other.
5.
Yeah, I mean, there were some other games that had their time in the sun, but I would say a lot of them kind of have a niche appeal, I guess you would probably say. Because, like, games like this, like Unreal Championship 2 and Crimson Skies are ones I can think of that were kind of popular. Not Halo levels of popular, but they were still significant enough to have a community surrounding it.
Okay.
And, yeah, this game kind of passed me by. I mean, I bought it for like $5 when you could still get this game new, but I didn't bother with Xbox Live because who the hell would pay money to play online? Is my argument.
Did Bart as he reached over for his copy of World of Warcraft?
Wait, do what? With the I mean, I've played a little bit of World of Warcraft, but like after that was after like 3 days of downloading the demo, or well, it was downloading the game, and then I got like a demo account or whatever you call it, and then
I have sitting on my shelf right now in shrink wrap. I think is it maybe 4 or 5 discs, sealed copy of World of Warcraft. Let me get this box out here.
Nice. Those are hours that are not used, you monster.
I believe I picked this up at, well, I was going to say at a boot sale, but looking at it, I think I got it on discount. Plays on European servers only. Normally £15, sale price £6.
Wow.
It is a sealed copy of the, I believe, of the original vanilla World of Warcraft.
Nice.
You get a free month included, and then additional subscription fees. Only online mode possible. I'm intrigued as to what it actually has for the minimum specs. Oh, here we go. Let's see, Windows 2000 or XP. A Pentium 3, 800 megahertz. Half a gig of RAM. A 32 meg 3D graphics card with hardware transform and lighting, such as an NVIDIA registered trademark GeForce trademark 2 glass card or above.
Beautiful.
DirectX 9, 9C, and latest video drivers. 6 gig of hard disk space. A 4x CD-ROM drive, and you'll have a guess what the minimum required internet connection they're recommending for WoW is.
I want to say 56K to be honest, but that might be that might be a time where they would say like even that's too slow. But
56K or better internet connection.
yes.
To be fair, this is on the minimum spec.
Right.
They also say you can also run it on Mac OS X 10.3.9 with a 933 megahertz G4 G5 processor. Other than that, it's largely the same spec.
I'm glad they're thinking of the little guy. Although then again, that was probably still during an era where a 56K modem was still viable to use.
Well, you say that. Let's have a look at the recommended specifications, which is again Windows 2000 or XP. Pentium 4, 1.5 gigahertz or an AMD XP 1500, a gig of RAM, a 64 meg 3D graphics card with hardware transform and lighting, such as an NVIDIA GeForce FX 5700 class card or above, broadband internet connection, or an... This is the most bizarre item I've ever seen on a recommended specification list. A 2-button scroll wheel mouse. Not even joking.
I would imagine that they would seriously want that, but like, oh.
Is this the part where I amusingly point out that the 2-button mouse isn't mentioned under the Mac OS recommended specification? It just says a gig of RAM, DDR RAM recommended, a non-specific ATI or NVIDIA video card with 64 meg VRAM or more, and a broadband internet connection. Due to potential programming changes, the minimum spec for this game may change over time. Yeah, no shit, buzz.
Boy, did it change over time. Oh no. They got the U damage.
All races are inferior.
Indulge in seamless beauty, says the power at the back of the box. Descend into the world of Warcraft and join thousands of mighty heroes in an online world of myth, magic, and limitless adventure. Jagged snowy peaks, mountain fortresses, harsh winding canyons, zeppelins flying over smouldering battlefields, epic sieges, an infinity of experiences await. So what are you waiting for? I wonder how many people actually have WoW boxed.
That's a good question. I would assume these days they probably threw them out at this point because what do you?
Oh
need
yeah,
it for?
you wouldn't buy modern day WoW in a box.
Even if because like I still somehow see box copies of World of Warcraft at like a Goodwill. Because, like, I mean, that's pretty obvious. None of those people would ever pay attention to how that stuff works.
This might actually be worth something one day. I think actually that's the reason why I bought it. Put this back on the shelf.
Nice. I kind of wouldn't mind having a box copy of World of Warcraft, if only for, like, a historical purpose, you know?
Yeah, certainly that's the only reason I've got it. I've got no intention of ever breaking the seal on that. I mean, for one thing, you're probably downloading about 60 gig, just getting it up to bloody modern date.
Yeah. Oh. Shit. Oh, stupid treat.
Maybe I should do some scans on the front and back of this book while we're waiting, because there is one or two interesting things to point out. I'll do that now.
Oh yeah. I guess just as a reminder, we are going to be reading Sonic the Hedgehog in Robotnik's Laboratory. And this is going to be read by our good buddies Overlord and David the Lurker. And we may be joined in with a few other people as well, but we're going to be reading, as Neohazard pointed out, as he was pointing out in the chat, official fan fiction. Which
Officially
is not-
sanctioned.
Yeah. Wow, I've never seen that. I got shot in the head.
Right, now let's see how much my scanner makes this PC chug. Scanning away.
Ah, dang it. Oh no!
Pure skill.
He landed on my head and called it pure skill.
The Armada will come again.
Whoop. Yay, fatality. There we go. Let's see here. There's a way to freeze the other players with your regular pistol. But you can't, like, keep it charged forever.
Yeah.
But yeah, interrupt me anytime. I'm just playing the game.
No, that's fine. I'm just getting these scans done.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's the dude. Face me. Oh,
So this is going to take me a minute to crop and get onto a midget.
yeah. I just think it's weird that every time that there's like a fatality opportunity, it changes the button combination. And of course, the reason why there's a fatality mechanic is, other than the fact that this is published by Midway, you can play as Raiden from Mortal Kombat. 'Cause he's a secret character. Oh, he froze me! Also, it totally leaves you open to attack when you do a fatality. So in some ways, it's not quite worth it.
Useless.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Should probably check to see what's going on in the chats. Lino Bro in the YouTube chat. Let's talk about how you gave a box copy of World of Warcraft. Oh, he got a box copy of World of Warcraft for free, and gave that copy to his brother. And as much as I like to show off Raiden, I don't have him unlocked, unfortunately. So, like, if I go to forfeit the game, and then go check out the character select, normally he would be right here. You can see his silhouette right there, but you can't pick him because you got to go through all these single player challenges And of course, there's also like DLC characters and maps that you can't get anymore because original Xbox Live just plain old doesn't exist. But people have thankfully backed up a lot of that stuff. So if you have a modded Xbox, then you'll be able to install all that stuff no problem. Like right now, I don't have... This Xbox is not modded, but I have another one that is. But I never downloaded Unreal Championship because it's stupid easy to just find a copy of the game because nobody wants this title. It's like... I think the last copy I got was like $1, like $1. So I bought all the copies I could get. Why don't I use my guns? I don't care about using the gun so much because it's kind of fun using the melee weapon. Also, I'm afraid to get crap deflected back at me. Also, I gotta love the obvious anime inspiration that this game has. But all the characters look just kind of lame. Oh, yeah, and like right here, that's Malcolm from the original Unreal Tournament. But nobody remembers anybody from Unreal Tournament specifically. I just remember one guy's name Brock. It makes me think of the Pokemon Brock.
Barack Obama.
Well, that guy too. Also, I just realized I could throw on some modifiers that basically make it to where you can only... Like, you can turn off all the adrenaline stuff, you can turn off the melee, and make it guns only. Final destination. If you really want to go that
Oh
route.
boy.
Good one.
I'm just uploading the images now.
Cool. Dang it. Also, I think this game looks pretty nice for the original Xbox. Ah.
Oh boy, these look great.
Oh
You can
boy.
tell my book's been read more than once. Hang on. Alright, I'm just going to put them into the Discord chat, and I want to see if you can spot what's special about one of them, specifically the back cover.
Okay. And also, for folks watching, you mean the Sage Expo chat, right?
The voice chat.
Oh, well, for now it's in the voice chat, but we can...
Oh yeah, you can paste them across in a minute.
Alright. Let's do that then. So
Okay,
that
so
people...
there are the images, the front and back covers.
Oh, man.
See if you can spot what's special about the back cover. Here's a hint. Look at the screenshot.
That's not the one I want. Let's see. Copy link. Right, that's in the Sage chat. For now, I'm gonna post stuff in the YouTube chat as well, and then
Okay.
afterwards, I'm gonna guide people over. Well, let's do this. Here's the front cover, and then here's the back cover. And also, for those who are in the YouTube chat, this is where the Sage Expo chat is. You're welcome to chat here as well, though most links will be appearing in there.
Okay, so chat. Can you tell me what is special about the back cover?
Alright, let me see here. I want to take a look and spoil it. Right, I'm going to try to get both here. Let's see.
I'm trying to remember how you actually set, incidentally, a YouTube chat to just be the entire chat text and not the video.
Oh, like how do you mean? Like
Like not have the video on the page, just the text.
oh
For the
yeah, just
YouTube chat.
the pop out, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember how to do that if you're not on the, like if you're on just on the viewer side. But like here we go. Here's Robotnik's laboratory. I just like this evil face that's coming out of this this tube here.
I should mention at this point a little bit of a spoiler. The image on the front cover of this has next to no relation to the story whatsoever.
What? So there's no chemical laboratory going on?
We will not be meeting the whatever it is that's coming out of this test tube.
Aww.
So yeah, that's the front cover.
I
If you
just
paste on the back as well.
yeah. Let me get that here in just a second. That's a scene. I don't want that. Here we go. Man, I don't know why it defaults to just blowing up the image like that, but whatever. Oh, don't move that. I don't know what that is. Okay. Yes, gotta love this stretched Sonic 2 screenshot from a pre-released version of the game.
Oh, yep, somebody spotted it.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah, I always did like that.
Spiky Sprinter. Let me read that. Check out the first in a brand new series featuring the world's most popular hedgehog. Yo, dudes, where'd everybody everybody go? Oh, go. I thought it was
Go.
got. Why can't
Horrible Apple font.
why can't Sonic and Tails find their friends? It's not long before the Spiky Sprinter realizes that they're being held in the laboratory of Dr. Ivo Robotnik, the baddest man in the whole of Mobius. Can Sonic rescue his friends in time, or will the traps and mazes of Robotnik's laboratory prove too much for even this way cool hedgehog to deal with?
Here's an interesting thing that shows you inflation. Look in the bottom left. How cheap was this book when I bought it?
Oh,
or when I
man.
got it? $2.99. You couldn't get a bloody pamphlet for that now.
Oh, is like this book like super expensive in the aftermarket now or something?
Well, it's not so much that. It's a novel this sort of size would cost you about £8 now. Oh, hello, David.
Hi, how are you? How is everyone?
It's bad. Have you seen the pictures I put up?
Robotnik's laboratory?
Yes.
Oh man, who's watching? Are we streaming? Are we talking?
We're streaming, yeah.
Yep.
Ooh,
And incident, just to point out to see whether David spots. Do you see what's special about the picture on the back?
Oh, on the back?
The back cover. Yeah.
Oh, and I can just look at it. I have the real thing in my hand.
Yeah.
That's a beta.
Yep, it's a beta, all right.
That's a beta. Hey guys, I love betas.
So we say we were blatantly obvious beta evidence way back in 1993.
Right.
That's when these came out.
Sorry.
These were released after Sonic 2 came out, but before Sonic 3. I don't know if it was before Spinball. Spinball's never mentioned, but then Spinball's sort of non-canon.
It's canon in my mind because there's canon. Well, actually, the way I look at it, I think that Sonic Spinball is technically a sequel to the adaptation that's in the Archie comic, because the adaptation in the Archie comic ends with Sonic not winning. So he's like, oh, one day I'll get back into that volcano, but there's never a story where he does. So it must be Sonic Spinball being in there, right? 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 I don't know. Probably not. Oh man, I should probably go to sageexpo.org and see what's going on in the chat room.
Oh yeah.
What's going on in the chat room? Who's talking in there? Who's having conversations? I was just involved.
Somebody
in
just pointed out that the barcode
Yeah.
of the book is a sign. In 20 years of having this book, I have never noticed that.
Oh man, you're right. That is weird. What are you playing on the stream? What are you staging up?
Oh yeah, this is the best kind of filler, in that it's not Sonic or Sega related.
So
Oh.
these books have loads of little touches like that, though. Like inside the book, only David will be able to get the full effect of this, but if you hold the book so you're looking at it, get your finger on the edge and thumb on the edge of it, and then let the pages go back, you get a little flick book in the top right-hand corner of Sonic running forward and spinning.
There you go.
So this is Unreal Championship 2 for the original Xbox. I've just been playing this with some friends lately. Rejected!
Oh.
I just like the stupid voice in this game. I'm gonna shut this off in a second after I marvel over these amazing voices.
I mean, are we gonna look at some actual Sonic games in the old stream? You should play. I don't know.
I know.
You should play Spin.
Spinball. I could
Yeah.
do that.
Are there any Spinball fan games?
I want to say there was one, but it's like super old. Also, I just like so back. So
Well, let's see. Dear the chat. Are there any?
Also, this is the edgiest you've ever heard of someone call out the name Lauren.
Lauren. Oh.
Anubis. Anyway, that's enough Unreal Championship 2. Let's jump straight to some Sonic games. My plan was to play through Sonic Time Attacked, because it is a fan game I like, and also I've never beaten it.
Oh.
But we could probably...
It's not Sonic. It's not Sonic Epoch.
It's not Sonic Epoch, because I feel like that deserves its own special stream, because I feel like the story in that game would just blow your mind. And boy, would it blow your mind. I have a bunch
It's been a long time.
I have a bunch of old... Ooh. I have a bunch of old Sonic fan games in here, like Metal Sonic Quest.
Metal. That sounds like a good one.
The special edition of When Tails Gets Bored.
Ooh, yeah.
That's a good
so
one.
says there's 17 connected users in here.
Nice.
I mean, that's what it says in the little chat room area. SoFox said, "Hey, David." Hello, SoFox.
SoFox.
You're so... Wait, no. You're so... Whatever. I was trying to think of something. It's not working. Hey, let's do this thing.
Alright.
What are we doing now?
Well, I'm firing up Time Attacked right now. I gotta figure out where that noise is coming from.
Good times. Good moments.
Okay.
Sonic the Hedgehog. In Robotnik's laboratory.
There we go. So, I'm just gonna play this game here and listen to you guys read this amazing story.
Ooh. So, Overlord, how do you want to do this thing?
Hang on.
Why is that not working? There it goes.
It was a dark and stormy night.
Yeah. I think this is what I was going to ask you. Whereabouts do you want to start?
That's a good question. Let's see.
I mean, we can't just leave out such great lines later on as "God blimey, mate! Look on the bright side. You don't have to make great waffles."
That's a good bet. There's a lot of. Did you explain? No.
About to say, yeah, we're not reading the whole thing because this would take hours to do.
Yeah, I mean, this is an actual novel. It's 179 pages.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
they
you
did
can't
them
just sit
properly.
read the whole thing.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
$2.99 was that sounds
Yeah.
like just change to you guys at that point, probably.
Oh, you got value out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could always start with reading the Sonic story so far. That helps set the scene.
Oh yeah, that works. That gives you a nice little summary of the first two games, basically.
Also,
There you go.
Also, you know, in comparison, like how many pages was an average like American Sonic novel, like the Michael Teitelbaum?
Those were 64 pages. Some of those pages were pictures, and the text is much, much larger.
Yeah.
These were printed just down the road in Reading. Oh.
You could probably plow through all of Michael Teitelbaum's books before you hit halfway through. One of Martin Adams.
About to say, yeah, with regards to Martin Adams, one thing we should mention with this series of books was 4 novels. However, Martin Adams was a pseudonym. So there were 3 different people whose names I either don't know or can't remember for one of them. 3 different people who wrote these books. So one person wrote book 2, Sonic the Hedgehog in the Fourth Dimension. One person wrote book 3, Sonic the Hedgehog and the Silicon Warriors. And one person wrote books 1 and 4, which is in Robotnik's Laboratory, and I cannot remember the title of the 4th book. Oh, Castle Robotnik. Yes, Sonic the Hedgehog and Castle Robotnik. And to be fair, that to some degree was evident even at the time, because book 4 references book 1 more than once. None of the other books interlink like that.
Yeah.
And here's another fun fact for you, though, if anybody who has had these, whose mind will now be scarred by this. Book 2 features an item known as the restrain suit, which basically is sort of like this little flat piece of plastic. You stand on it, and then it gets essentially sort of like a skin-tight bodysuit. Essentially, you think like a diving suit sort of thing. But you might be thinking in the other sort of lines and thinking maybe fetish gear, and you would be right, because the guy who wrote book 2 would normally did that as his day job.
Oh. Good to know.
So now we've broken your minds.
Oh man. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely read the first bit, like the first explanation, or I'm trying to think, because there's the chapter Dr. Robotnik Egg explains it all, which helps set things up. And then you have your raid on the Scrap Brain Zone, and then wait, I feel like because this is a good chunk, I wonder if we could skip parts of these pages. There's so much.
Well, if you wanna look through for that, you need to read the opening bit.
Yeah, you should go read that.
Okay, so while David hunts that, so this is the this bloody hotkey is that I can't have Firefox loads of it for some reason. Okay, so the Sonic story so far, and you'll get a hint of what the writing in this series is like from this. So right, are we ready, children? There was a time when Mobius was a peaceful world, and the Green Hill Zone was the most peaceful and pleasant and generally all-round cool place to hang out on the entire planet. Mobius' inhabitants were, and are, talking animals of all types. The hippest, streetwisest dude of all was, and is, a hedgehog named Sonic. And of course it just had to be Sonic who stumbled into the laboratory of Mobius' only human, the kindly but absent-minded Dr. Kinterball. Dr. K was perfecting a device, the retro-orbital chaos compressor, to attract all the evil on Mobius and contain it within 6 emeralds he called the Chaos Emeralds. Brackets. Neat name, Doc. He found the time to help boost Sonic's already radically fast footwork too, and with the help of a special pair of drop-dead cool red trainers, Sonic exceeded the speed of sound. And he turned blue, of course, obviously. Sonic super speeded all over Mobius, searching for the grey emerald that would neutralise the evil contained in the Chaos Emeralds. But before he found it, Dr. Kinterball's absent-mindedness brought disaster to the whole planet as he altered faulty data into the rock. The device exploded, releasing the emeralds, scattering protective golden rings across the length and breadth of Mobius, and transmogrifying, and remember that word, Kinterball into his exact opposite, the evil, power-crazed, obese, and egg-loving Dr. Robotnik.
Ooh.
Robotnik's influence reached across the entire planet. Once verdant landscapes were transformed into polluted wastelands. The evil Doctor's robots scoured the land for animals to imprison, and in particular for the one super-fast hedgehog who has the power to foil his plans, Sonic. And Sonic has foiled Robotnik's top plans, at least twice by the time you read this book. At least twice. So does Sonic 2 count or not? But Robotnik is inexhaustibly, exasperatingly resilient, and yes, there will be a lot of egg puns. Once again, he's back, and that means trouble for Mobius in general, and for hedgehogs with red trainers in particular.
There's a lot going on in this book I sort of forgot about. There's a lot of things happening in here. Heck. I guess it depends how much are we reading here? There's Sally. There's... Oh, this chapter's all about... No, that's... Huh.
Wait, Sally's in this thing?
One thing I do want to do, David, just as a random thing.
Yes.
If I mention the words Metropolis Zone and Pizza, do you know which one I'm on about?
Metropolis Zone and Pizza. Is that a chapter? I think
yes, hang on, let me spin through here.
if I remember... Oh god, I completely forgot about all this. It's like chapter 21.
Yeah, chapter 20.
Chapter 20, 21.
Yes, those two.
There's a lot of nonsense in this. Because it feels like it's enough stuff for like multiple books, yet somehow they cram it all in there.
And we got 4 of these.
There are 4 of these. Now how... I don't know. Do you want... You've read these many more times than I have, I will say that.
And I've read it none, so this is all new to me. Oh, baby.
Right.
Well, if we jump in somewhere, I can give a quick summary up to that point.
Right. Well, I'm just thinking, because chapter 12 is where he kind of explains what Eggman's deal is.
Chapter 12, and Dr. Robotnik explains all.
Right, he's like, this is what I'm doing, and then some weird stuff starts happening. That's mentioned.
Oh yes, yeah.
Alright. Well, if you want to summarize the...
Up to chapter 12, okay. Because chapter 12 is relatively short, actually.
Yeah.
Let me just have a quick spin through here.
Oh man, I forgot. Chapter 1 ends with some fourth wall breaking.
Oh boy.
Oh yes, it does. and it also includes the line, "Oh no, heinous to the max."
Heinous to the max.
Heinous.
Oh man, I mean, unless we just read chapter 1 and then skip ahead to chapter 12.
Yeah, actually, yeah, we could do chapter 1. Is relatively short. It's only like...
Okay, now how do you want to split this up reading? Should I? Because it seems like it's broken up into sections. Like there's section 1, section 2.
Oh yeah, there are splits
section
in
3.
chapters. Yeah.
Right. So since you read the beginning, should I read section
you can
1
start.
and then you jump into section 2 after? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Here we go. Now guys, this is Sonic the Hedgehog in Robotnik's laboratory. Chapter 1. So I guess we're doing everyone's voice because it's just you and I.
Yeah.
This is great. There's no music, there's no nonsense. Chapter 1. Where's that pig? Home sweet home, sighed a tired hedgehog as he dumped his carry-all on the ground. We had one neat holiday, but dude, I'm pooped. It was brill. That's a British word.
You're going to be hearing a lot of those.
That Turbotronic barrel train ride was the grooviest thing I've been on in a long time, replied a still excited Tails. Sonic could see his foxy friend's twin tails begin to twirl and frowned at him. Sonic wasn't too happy because his glorious blue spines were looking just a little bit droopy from tiredness, and that was a bummer. How could a hedgehog look drop-dead cool with droopy spines? He needed some nachos and cola to put some pizzazz back into them, and he needed them fast. Yeah, well, don't tell me. I was there. Save it for Sally and Porker and the others. Hope they got our postcards, Sonic said. Let's delay the unpacking and get some serious relaxation in. Like, let's slap in a video and stuff our faces, little dude. Sonic needed a lot of food. Ever since Dr. Ovik and Tobor had helped him become the planet Mobius's first truly supersonic hedgehog, Sonic needed to eat a lot to keep his whizzing metabolism going. If Sonic wasn't thinking about how cool his spines looked and whether his red superfast trainers were really clean, he was thinking about his stomach. So, barely waiting for their luggage to hit the floor, the two sped off in search of some food. This is a running theme.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Three hours later, a very satisfied pair of friends looked out over the wreckage of crisp and tortilla chip packets and a half-dozen empty cola bottles. Sonic's feet were starting to twitch now. He wanted to do something. Okay, now that we've satisfied our truly awesome hunger with that little snackette, I vote we go find our friends and party on with some holiday stories. Besides, I wanted to see if Porker got that exploding luminous custard bomb we sent him.
Oh my god.
Well, why don't we wait till it's dark and see if we can see him glowing? Tails sniggered. Sonic laughed. Ha! Nah, I can't wait. Let's go over now and... Hey, I've got an idea.
If you'd been there, you might well have spotted the telltale signs that a totally bodacious trick was about to be sprung. Two furry tail tips were sticking out from under the sheet Tails had over his body, while Sonic looked out from around a tree next to Porker Lewis's bright green front door, camera poised for a totally awesome photo opportunity. Tails was going to be the Green Hill Zone's first ghostedly custard gram. He'd practiced his spooky ooh wailing noises until Sonic couldn't stand it anymore, and he had one seriously large custard pie in his quivering right hand ready to throw. All it needed now was for Porker to open the door, which he wasn't doing. As you might imagine, Tails was getting impatient. He knocked again, more loudly this time. "Delivery for Mr. Lewis, come and get it." Tails readied himself for launching once more, but there was no reply. Bang, bang, bang. "Come on, Porker, we know you're in there." Still no reply came from inside. "Maybe he's over at Sally's," the disappointed fox called to Sonic. "We can try a second delivery." Sonic was getting really twitchy now, and he nearly hit Supersonic racing over to Sally Acorn's place. Close behind him, Tails almost fell over his feet, what with a billowing sheet round his legs and not being able to see too well through the somewhat hastily positioned eye holes he'd cut out of it. But he got there just as Sonic banged on the door. "Yoo-hoo! Special delivery, dudes! Truly excellent dispatch for Mr. Porker Lewis." And still no reply. Tails pulled the sheet off his head. "Hey, Sonic, this is getting boring. Where are the guys?" Sonic was tapping his foot now, a sure sign he was getting seriously bad vibes. Half an hour later, after a whirlwind tour of Green Hill Zone which had left Sonic's trainers almost sizzling, Tails and Sonic were reunited outside Porker's place, only to tell each other that none of their friends were to be found. No Porker, no Sally, no Johnny Lightfoot pacing his racing outside his home, no Flicky the Bluebird snooping from the branches. Tails' custard pie was beginning to collapse. "Ugh, icky," moaned the fox as he wiped dribbling custard from his paws. "Let's give this one up, Sonic, please." Big brown eyes pleaded with his friend to let him drop the pie. This wasn't fun anymore.
Oh, heck.
Well, Sonic was thinking. That wasn't something he cared for, being a hedgehog of action. But since they were back outside Porker's door and the pie was for him, it seemed a bodacious idea to rig up a little trap with the pie over the door, just in case their piggy friend came back soon. Sonic opened the door. Inside, the place was a mess. That wouldn't have worried him with any other of his friends. They were almost as messy as he was. But Porker Lewis, lost my page, was a real clean guy. He was always the one who tidied up the crisp packets and burger trays from Sonic's house when he came over to play cards with him. "You may like living in a pigsty, Sonic," he would joke, "but I certainly don't." Porker's place had never looked like this. Even Porker's playing cards, and he was very fussy about them because he hated losing a card from a pack, were strewn all over the place. Tails surveyed the wreckage. "Well, at least he got our postcard," he said sadly as he turned it over with his foot. It was a very nice view of the ice-capped purple mountains of Spring Yard Zone. Sonic and Tails hadn't entirely ruined it with their scrawled cross and the penciled message "We was here" on the front. The fox turned to his friend with a really worried face. Sonic, do you think that Porker's been pignapped?
Ah.
Dun, dun,
No,
dun.
no.
I don't know, little dude, but this looks totally heinous to me. Let's check out somewhere else. First stop had to be the Nachos bar. That's where their friends would often meet up, and besides, Sonic was getting hungry again.
there's
See
a
what he means about
whole-
running theme?
Yeah. So there's a whole bar dedicated to just nachos in the Green Hill Zone.
Yep, yes, there is.
Now, why has that never been in any of the games?
I don't know.
I
That
haven't-
sounds like they're missing out if it's not actually there.
I haven't seen Porker for 3 days, said the chicken behind the counter, as he passed over a small mountain of soda and nachos over on a tray. Sonic ripped open the nachos pack and started to shovel them down his throat. For now, he could let Tails do the talking. What about Sally or Johnny? Hey, what about Chirps? Jeepers, he's your cousin, isn't he? The chicken looked thoughtful. Funny enough, I haven't seen any of them for 3 days, except for Tux. He was here yesterday. He had a half-pound haddock bendy burger with triple fries and a chocolate double soda supreme. Sonic's eyes lit up. That was partly because he'd learned that at least one of his friends was still around. It was mostly because he was licking his lips. Brill! Well, buddy, let's go find one wicked penguin, cried Tails. In a minute, Tails. I think I can handle one of those chocolate sodas first.
Are chocolate sodas a thing?
No, they're not.
Okay. I didn't know if this was some strange
no, we
British
just have like
food.
chocolate milkshakes. Don't know where he's got chocolate soda from.
Oh, yeah. That's weird.
I feel like chocolate sodas actually do exist, but I don't know.
Like, I'd rather, if you're gonna have something chocolate, make it a milkshake.
Yeah.
Make it a anything. It's not soda. All right, let's see what we got. Along the way to Tux's, Sonic and Tails found out that Sally Acorn's place was every bit as messed up as Porker's. That really worried them, because Sally was even tidier than Porker most of the time. But it wasn't as worrying as what happened to them at the shoreline by Tux's house. Tux's door was wide open and there were signs of a struggle throughout the room. The most alarming sign was that the fridge was open and there weren't any fish inside. Whoever had taken Tux away had taken his fish as well. When the bad guys even descend to fish snapping, things are serious. Oh man, I'm sure Big the Cat would take offense. Hey, Sonic! Tails gasped. Someone spelt out the word help in fridge magnet letters on the door. I wonder what that means, Sonic.
Super dense tail.
Yeah. This is where Fleetway would call him a pixel brain, right?
Yeah, probably.
Sonic was sniffing the air. His spines were beginning to bristle with a familiar tingling sensation. Can you smell something, little dude? Tails sneezed. Achoo! Like fish? No, stupid. Oh. He's not even trying to disguise
there's a
it.
little bit of British Sonic in here.
Yeah. No, stupid. Concentrate. Tails sniffed frantically. Oh, yuck! Awful! It smells like... Yeah, totally gross. It smells like rotten eggs. Now we both know what that means. Hey, give me the camera, quick! Tails had forgotten he'd been carrying around the super binocular infra-scanning video camera all this while. Thanks to the incredible technology on Mobius, it was only the size of a very small burger box. Oh man. This advance was perhaps less successful than the makers had hoped, for every time he got hungry, Sonic tended to grab it and try to get a cheeseburger out of it. Oh.
Bearing in mind that this was written in 1993, so advanced technology indeed.
Tails took it from around his neck and passed it to the impatient hedgehog, who squinted one eye shut and looked through the rangefinder. Oh no! Heinous to the max! It's an Egomatic! One of Robotnik's flying ships and... Eh? Sonic was confused. The speck flying off in the distance just disappeared. Well, it didn't really disappear. What had actually happened was that the robot flying the ship engaged Dr. Robotnik's new egg experimentals. There's an egg pun. You should count how many there are in the book.
You can make a drinking game out of it.
Dr. Robotnik's new egg experimental Chaos Shift Warp Compressor Drive, and the ship entered one of the warps of confusion high above the planet. However, apart from Robotnik, only an out-and-out genius could have known this. And though he's no dummy, Sonic isn't an out-and-out genius either. Sonic pondered. I guess Robotnik must have invented a new Chaos Shift Warp Compressor Drive, and that ship has just vanished into a warp of confusion. What a bummer. Look, it was just a lucky guess, okay? Aw, heck. That is Chapter 1.
One indeed.
Yeah.
So where do you want to jump to?
I think we can skip ahead a little bit, because let's see, Chapter 2, he's in the Labyrinth Zone.
Oh, that's where he meets the mole, who's basically Stevie Wonder. Stevie the mole. So, as he describes it, the latter part was strictly unnecessary. One would have to be blind not to see that.
Oh.
Oh, man. He also runs into the prawns. Because fish, I guess. Jeepers Sonic, there's the mole. He's sniffing at the spring. And then Chapter 3.
Ah, yes, the roaming Romans, or as he describes. Here's the thing, here it says, while the groovy planet Mobius isn't like your Earth, it does have just one or two things in common. The roaming Romans are one such weird case in point. However, on Mobius, the dudes who call themselves Romans don't come from Rome, they don't have a Roman Empire, and they never throw anyone to the lions because they're too scared of lions to catch any. Apart from that, though, they are worryingly similar.
Heck. Oh, and that chapter ends with a terrible pun. Here, maybe I should just read the last paragraph to get to that pun.
Yeah.
So we got the Romans, the roaming Romans. Tails was struggling inside a net too. The leader of the Romans turned to his brother, who had the same name as the Roman emperor, something he was very proud of. Pointing to the struggling fox, he made the only mistake in his command. Not knowing too much about foxes, he thought Tails was female. Oh, God.
Of course she is. See, even in 93, damn it.
He thought he'd heard somewhere that foxes with two tails were girls, which shows you how much the Romans know, what with their never inventing pizzas and all. What? Oh. Julius! Caesar! Dun, dun.
Ba-dum.
Get it? It's
Caesar.
Oh.
And we have the wonderful
Right.
Chapter 5, which is entitled, I Can't Eat That, It Talks.
all right. Oh, yeah, because the joke about the pizza is because it's established that the roaming Romans never invented pizza, which I guess makes their life much worse than it would be if they had invented pizza, to be fair. I guess we should mention the fact that Sonic the Hedgehog is very obsessed about food, but there is one item that is curiously missing.
Oh, yes, thinking about it, yeah, I don't think chili dogs are ever mentioned once.
Nope. Chili dogs are never mentioned in this book. Hamburgers, pizza, chocolate sodas.
Maybe it's because they're not really a thing over here, but having said that, they were in the TV show, so I don't know.
Yeah. It is a weird thing that chili dogs are never mentioned, but every other food imaginable is.
I mean, I'd take it like at least hot dogs are somewhat popular over there.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I just spotted a bit in Chapter 7, which would be completely lost on anybody who isn't from Britain. There's a bit specifically where basically the animals are playing pantomime choruses with the villains.
Oh. Now, there is... Robotnik does have like a sidekick, right? Egor?
Egor, yes.
It's not Snivelly. It's
no.
definitely not Grimer. It's
not Orbot or Cubot either.
What Egor has been specific is his character specifically made for this book, although he does pop up again in book 4. Again, book 1 and book 4 have links.
Right.
He's not at all in 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely in chapter 7. He let's see, where's this going? There's this neat bit where, because Sally shouts at Egor. Now, Egor is a robot. I don't know. Wait, should we read any bits in 7, or should we skip ahead to like when things go insane?
I'm just trying to see where to jump in.
Because basically, you know, the animal friends are trapped inside of Robotnik's
laboratory,
space.
shockingly
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah,
it's the title of the book.
That's what it is. I forgot. And everyone who's trapped in there is definitely like being fed pizza stuff. Let's see. Ooh, maybe we should just read chapter 7 so that we can get some insight into the animal friends and Egor.
Yeah, sure, that works.
It's not even 4 pages. It's 3.5. But it's not split up. It's not in segments. So how do you want to read that then? I guess one of us could read page 33 and 34, and then one of us can read 35 and 36, because 34 does end at the end of a paragraph.
Yeah, cool. Okay, do you want to go first then?
Sure. Okay, chapter 7 is more egg experiments. Because
more egg puns.
Yes, now because it's mentioned that Robotnik is doing some egg experiments when we see them briefly, so this is some good stuff. Okay. Johnny Lightfoot wasn't sure whether to be happy or not. What really annoyed him about being in a cage was that he couldn't practice his sprints and runs. Of course, there was no way he'd ever be as fast as Sonic, but he'd like to be one totally active rabbit. So when Egor, who's a robot, fitted a big metal running wheel to his cage, it looked good. But what Egor said was a real downer. Good Dr. Robotnik wants to do some special egg experiments with you, the robot drawled. That's 2 puns.
Oh yeah, Egor does egg puns as well, as you'd expect Robotnik created them.
2 puns at once. That's good. We want to scan your brain while you are running quickly. There's doing some brain scans.
Yep.
It was obvious what that meant. Robotnik was convinced, quite rightly as it happens, but that's neither here nor there, that Sonic was the one being on Mobius who could foil his evil plans to rule the planet. And the more he could learn about Sonic's super spin attack, the better the chance he'd have of overcoming him. Unfortunately, Robotnik had lost all his notes on how he taught Sonic to be so fast in the first place. They had all been scattered over the planet when his ROCC machine had exploded. Even the narrator is into these puns.
Yeah.
Everyone knew that. So Johnny ran around in the wheel. Just a bit. Not enough for Egor to see what it was like when he really sprinted flat out. You're not going quickly enough. Work harder or you won't get any carrots. Johnny tried stalling for time. Yuck! I don't like carrots, robot face. I want burgers and fries, yeah, and a deep pan too. Go heavy on the cheese, plus a double chocolate. Go faster, faster, I said. Egor beat impatiently on the bars of the cage with his metal hands. Johnny ran just a little bit faster. He knew it was nowhere near as fast as Sonic or Tails could travel, though, so he felt he wasn't giving away any secrets, which Robotnik might find useful. It wasn't enough for Egor. Faster! Go extremely fast now! Johnny decided to do some acting. He deliberately lost his footing, spun around in the wheel, half threw himself out of it, and lay groaning on the bottom of his cage. It was an award-winning performance.
Worthy of an Emmy, perhaps.
You monster! Look what you've done to poor Johnny!
Oh, so we're going Taya Gardner on Sally Acorn, are we?
I guess so. Sally Acorn's angry and bossy voice. Well, you got that right.
Oh yeah, Sally Acorn is extremely bossy in this canon. Yeah.
Right. Sally Acorn's angry and bossy voice rang out across the laboratory. She didn't know he was acting, so she was genuinely angry. And she was always a bit bossy. When she sounded both at the same time, most of her friends did what she told them to do without arguing. Egor looked nonplussed for a moment. Well, perhaps he wasn't nonplussed, but he definitely didn't exactly look plussed either. Okay. The robot made a funny grunting noise and shambled off down the corridor, though through the heavy steel doors which hissed as they slid shut behind him. A few minutes later, he reappeared through the doors, carrying an enormous, steaming, deep pan pizza with more cheese on it than you've ever seen on a pizza, like, ever. A small compartment on the back of the robot's left wrist opened and a pizza cutter flopped out, unfolded itself, and cut an enormous slice, which he passed through the bars into Johnny's cage.
Gosh, you know what I think? Yeah, this is another thing. I think that robot's got feelings, Sally whispered to Joe Sushi, the walrus in the next cage along.
Oh,
No,
man,
I
Rotor.
Yeah, except not gay. No, I haven't. I'm a robot. Unfortunately, the one thing Egor did have was extremely keen hearing. But you're being kind. Sally smiled at Egor. No, I'm not. It's all part of my behavioural conditioning program, Egor announced stiffly. What's behavioural whatchamacallit then? Sally deliberately played dumb. She wanted to get all the information she could from Egor, who for once seemed ready to talk. I don't know, do I? I'm a robot, not a psychologist. Dr. Robotnik is a brilliant psychologist. I know because he told me. He's got the Mobius Prize for advanced behavioural psychology, you know. Oh, hey, David, do you want to do this next bit afterwards with me? Yeah, if you go skip over the immediate paragraph and go to the next one, and you'll see where I'm going with this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yes, Sally replied tartly. That's because he's the one who decides who gets the prizes. He even awards them to himself. He's got the Mobius Prize for absolutely everything. No, he hasn't. Egor sounded a bit indignant.
Ooh.
Line.
Oh, yes, he has!
Sally replied. Oh, no, he hasn't. Egor snapped back.
Oh, yes, he has!
Chorused all the prisoners. Look,
Yeah.
I'm not playing that game. I've got work to do.
Aww.
Egor turned to leave, but Sally wanted to find out anything else she could.
Oh.
She figured out that the more she learned, the better chance she might have of thinking of a way to escape. Of course, she secretly hoped that brave Sonic and Tails would come to their rescue. But it did no harm to have a plan of her own, just in case that didn't quite work out. But what's it all for, then? She opened her eyes big and wide and fluttered her eyelashes at the robot.
Ooh, it's getting sexy.
That often worked with her friends, but robots are immune to that kind of thing. Nonetheless, Egor gave just a little away. Well, after you've been trained with the behavioural conditioning program and we've scanned all your brains, Dr. Robotnik will use you as guinea pigs for the far-out machine. Far-out, dude. Egor knew that Robotnik also hoped to learn something about sonic powers from studying his friends, but he wasn't going to let that slip.
Right, even though I don't understand how watching his friends helps him figure out how Sonic works. They're not Sonic!
But I'm not a guinea pig, I'm a squirrel. And Joe here is a walrus, and I was speaking metaphorically, Egor said, speaking laconically. But the robots can't speak metaphorically. I saw that on an educational video. Robots can only use literal expressions. Metaphor is beyond their linguistic capability. Sally was reciting something she'd remembered from the video. She hadn't much idea what it meant, but she thought it sounded pretty cool, mostly because it had some radically long words in it. Okay, then. To her surprise, Egor stood quite still for quite some time, and then he rubbed his metal chin with his right hand. Somehow, his metal face had acquired a somewhat ponderous aspect. That never occurred to me before. I shall go away and think on this further. Perhaps I need an oil change. Stumping off, the robot left through the hissing doors, still rubbing his chin. Hey, neat going, Sally. Johnny Lightfoot's happy voice drifted over from the cage opposite. Yeah, neat one, way to go, Chip's chicken piped up. That confused him. Sally wasn't so easily pleased. She hadn't learned what the far-out machine was, and she knew that somehow it was something really nasty designed to destroy her buddies, Sonic and Tails. Listen, guys, we're going to have to play for time here, Sally explained. We can't let them get us into the far out machine. We've got to delay them. This is what we ought to do, ... And this is where the chapter changes. So, literary devices, ooh.
Ooh.
Oh man, I love literary devices.
Yeah, spoilers, I may have stolen one or two of these for my Fleetway series.
Uh-oh. Oh man, Sonic the Hedgehog says the word cowabunga.
Yeah, more than once.
That's not his catchphrase.
It is now.
Oh man, these books are a very interesting interpretation of Sonic.
They're very much a product of their time. I mean, when we've got the sentence, how could I possibly forget you, my most brilliantly observant and tubularly audacious super buddy?
It's Sonic.
Yes, it is.
Sega signed off on this.
Yep.
Yes,
Someone
they
was paid.
did.
Oh man, now the question is, where do we go next? In this magical flood.
Let's see, there's 9, which has a bit of hacking. But then I suppose if we want to make some progress, we should probably skip on a bit more.
Let's see. I mean, do you
Part
wanna-
of me really wants to do chapter 11, simply for Mickey the monkey.
Mickey the monkey, high quality character.
He's one of my favourite characters in this book.
Well, you know what? Since we read a bit with Sally and everyone, maybe we should go back to Sonic and Tails. Because then I'm like, well, chapter 12 is where he explains things. Then again, yeah, I don't know. Let's read 11 and take it from there.
Okay.
How is it split up? Oh, okay, so it is. Looks like it's in some. No, it's only in one chunk, but chunk 1 is way smaller than chunk 2. So we're gonna have to split it up in different ways.
Well, let's do chunk 1 first.
Okay. Oh, should I go back then? All right, I guess it's my turn then.
Yeah.
Chapter 11 is serious monkey business. It's no good. I can't make heads or tails of this, Tails said sadly. I think he said his name. Head or Tails. It's all gibberish to me.
Oh, yes, explain, sorry, at this point in chapter 9, they managed to hack into Robotnik's computer system and fool them into giving out a very fast split data dump of Robotnik's computer, which they managed to grab on the video recorder.
Right, which one? Yeah. That explains what Tails is doing. So Tails isn't the computer genius that he is in the game. No. Well, don't look at me. I may well be the world's fastest mega dude. Mega dude.
Dude.
But I can't understand computer codes either. That's for nerdy guys with glasses and pockets full of ball pens to deal with, while I do all the really exciting and glamorous heroic stuff. Remember this, everyone.
He's a dick. Got it.
What can it possibly mean? Tails lamented, squinting up his eyes and trying to make his brain work harder. That just gave him a headache. Tails, it's time for a raid on the Metropolis. That's the Metropolis zone, guys. It's a reference.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Every single location in these books is an actual place in the games.
That is true.
Again, British stuff far more faithful to the source material to some degree.
Yeah, but Ken Penders.
Anyway, moving on.
Right, okay. That's where Robotnik has his master laboratory after all. There must be information there about where his new laboratory is. All we have to do is find it. That's exactly what he'll expect us to do. So he'll have lots of awful traps and grody.
Grotty.
It's grotty. It's
Grotty.
I've never heard of Grotty.
robots everywhere. and then we'll have to fight past them all over again when we do find out where the other laboratory is. And that'll take lots of time, and our friends are in danger. I'm worried about them. Crikey! I really miss Porker, you know? And Tux, and Johnny, and Sally, and all the others. I know, little dude. I know. The two friends looked sadly at each other. They knew something had to be done, but they didn't know just what. Then Sonic suddenly brightened up. Hey, put a hold on all that despair and misery just 1 second, dudelet.
Dudelet.
We can take all this to Mickey the Monkey. Tails wasn't sure he'd ever heard of Mickey the Monkey, but he was eager for any plan that would help them find their friends. Who's he? Where does he live? How can he help us? Tell me! Whoa there, boy, hold on! Too many questions all at once. Bring that camera and let's head off back down to the Emerald Hill Zone, dude. Or me old China.
Me old China.
Say.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
I will be giving Mickey a voice.
It's all flooding back in. Be careful with Mickey. He's kind of behind the times on cool speaking, if you know what I mean. But he thinks he's radically cool, which can be a problem sometimes. Oh, and we'll need one absolutely humongous heap of peanuts. But the monkeys of Emerald Hill Zone can be dangerous, or mischievous, or just generally really horrible. The H is missing.
Horrible.
Horrible. Not Mickey, he's a friend. And you know what they say, any friend of Sonic the Hedgehog is, well, you know the sort of thing. Now gather up 2 tons of peanuts and nachos and let's go. I thought you said he only wanted peanuts. The nachos are for us, stupid. I don't know about you, but all this hero stuff is playing havoc with my regular eating habits. Now let's ship on out. It's
I'm just going to decide for a break point for this. Shall we just say I'll do the next 2 pages and then you can resume at some point at the end of a paragraph?
Okay. Somewhere in 57.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
Page numbers. Just gonna look at Sonic running. Oh, he's running. Oh, he's running in the corner. oh, he's running. There he goes.
Second time around, Tails and Sonic didn't have to worry so much about the coconuts lurking in the trees, since they blasted most of them on their first visit. Oh yeah, this is the second time they've been in the Emerald Hill Zone in this story. However, Tails wasn't entirely prepared for a serious culture shock where one of the few monkeys Sonic knew and trusted leapt out at them with the kind of, "Hello, me old cocksparrow. How's it hanging then, eh?" Sonic, people stopped saying things like that years and years ago. It's awful, Tails whispered into his friend's ear. Shut up and give Mickey the film. It's part of his culture. Besides, it goes over great with the tourists. Tails complied quietly.
This is when the book becomes extremely breathless.
The monkey set off at a brisk pace and the 2 heroes followed. Tails kept shooting him strange looks, or at least he did until a sharp elbow in the ribs from Sonic alerted him to his friend's displeasure. Tails was very surprised when, in the middle of the swaying palm trees ringing the tropical bay of the zone, Mickey retreated into a palm frond beach hut and sat himself down before a whole bunch of computers and consoles. But, how come there's electricity in the Emerald Hill Zone? Tails was curious. Mickey the monkey's paws were flying across the keyboard almost as fast as Sonic could run. "Well, whelks, me old macker. See my man there?" he said, pointing to another of the monkeys of the zone. "He's just gone down the frog a bit and laid a power cable to one of Robotnik's terminals, and we ran off the juice. So come on, give us a deco of what you got here. Let the dog see the rabbit." Mickey plugged some... I love Mickey so much. Mickey plugged some jacks into sockets, some more jacks into other sockets, realised that trying to plug one jack into another one wouldn't work, and settled down to check the screen. "Sonic," hissed Tails as discreetly as he could manage in the cramped hut. "He's a monkey, not a dog, and why is he talking about rabbits and frogs, and why does he call me Whelks when everyone knows I'm Miles, Power, or Tails to my friends? Why, Sonic, eh? Why?" Well, he's as demanding in this as he is in that bloody first Fleetway adaptation. The only thing he's not saying how come. Shh, Sonic shushed. Most of it is just this colourfully old-fashioned, authentic Emerald Hill Zone way of speaking, and by that he means Cockney. Some of it is rhyming slang, like this. Frog, frog and road, frog and electrode, road. He's calling you after Welks and Wales. Tails, Sonic explained. Tails looked dubious. That's a bit, yeah.
He's learning British slang with Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yep. That's a bit daft, he whispered in the hedgehog's ear. How does anyone know which thing he's rhyming with? I mean, it could be anything. It could be frog and Sonic. Besides, wouldn't it be better if something like whelks and snails? Shh! Sonic shushed again. Well then, Mickey said at last. I reckon I'm going to have to give this a really good seeing to, don't you know? Tails looked up at Mickey, who was displaying his talent for eating peanuts faster even than Sonic could. Well, it's all here. The monkey jumped up in pleasure. Come here, Welks, me old mate. Put it there, why don't you? Tails was somewhat uncertain about what exactly he should be putting where and why, but eventually he realised that Mickey just wanted to shake his hand for a bit. Apparently he'd had some success at cracking the unit. Well, this is how the old chump coded it. All the code numbers refer to the terminals row you-know-who is stuck all over the shop, all around Mobius. Once you sort out the order, it's a real piece of cake. So that's the good news. What's the bad news? Sonic said, his ears having pricked up at the mention of cake. Well, not wanting to beat around the bush, the bad news is that his secret laboratory is in the scrap brain zone. Tails groaned. He knew that the scrap brain zone was one of the most hideously dangerous on all of Mobius. It was totally mechanical, which meant lots of traps and Robotnik's robot creations lurking around every corner. Worse, since it was entirely made of metal and glass, it would be very difficult to find safe places to duck, dodge, and hide out there. Never mind, Tails. Sonic seemed to sense his friend's misgivings. We'll only have to fight our way past the electrical shockers, buzzsaws, swinging spike balls, crushing pounders, flame jets, spring pads, and endless gross to the max robot guards. Don't you forget all the mechanical malarkey like elevators, falling blocks, and all the rest of it, Sonic. Strike a light. You wouldn't want your little chum there to think it was going to be easy. Thanks, Mickey. That makes us both feel radically good. Glad to hear you. So I suppose you gents will be wanting the really bad news now, I'll warrant. Oh, great, Sonic groaned. Go on, like thrillers to the core, Mickey. What's the really bad news, dude, matey? Well, the really bad news is no. Mickey put his paws over his eyes. I can't bring myself to tell you, what with you being real toffs and that. I mean, I like you gents. It'll be awfully cruel to tell you what's really going over down in the old scrap end, as my dear old mother would call it. So I just can't, mate. Well, not until I get some more peanuts, any road, and some of those tortilla chips, and maybe just a packet or two of Sonic handed Tails' bag over with a scowl on his face. What a rip-off. Go on, stuff your face. Now, what is the really bad news? Well, the really bad news is it's my birthday, and you chumps ain't bought me a special present, and now I'm just going to sit and cry and make you feel guilty. Just you see if I don't. Mickey put his face in his paws again and started to snigger. Fortunately, he stopped before Sonic gave him a super spin kick, which would have sent him flying higher than the tops of the old palm trees outside. Nah, me old blue matey, there is something you should know about. You know who has got some kind of secret weapon get-up in his new laboratory of his. At least, I think that's what it is. There are several references to something called Far Out. Looks to these plates like a new experimental, weapon, sure as eggs. Now, there's some garbled rubbish after that, so I'm not sure what's really occurring, but the monikers of some of your friends are in here. And here is the last line I could read. Have a deco at that. Mickey flicked a key on the keyboard, and that flashed 3 little words. David, you can resume from here.
All right, it's a good one. 3 little words. Sonic the Toaster.
Oh my god.
Sonic and Tails stared at the screen. Then they stared at each other. Then they stared at Mickey. Then they stared at their own feet. Finally, having run out of places to stare, Tails said simply, Sonic the Toaster? What can it mean? I don't know, little dude, but I do know one thing. My back is for supporting the coolest spikes ever seen on the planet, not for popping up slices of bread, brown, white, or whole meal. Oh man, how am I even supposed to do this guy's voice?
Do you want me to do the Mickey lines?
Sure.
Like I told you, gents, it could have just been something scrambled up in the file. A scrambled experiment.
Mickey's cheery snigger was cut short. Sonic and Tails just weren't in the mood for it.
Oh, come on, guys, give us a smile. After all, you stole the information. I could even say it was a poached experiment.
Another egg pun.
Aw.
Mickey, thank you for what you've done for us, Tails said irritably. But, dude, you do not talk cool.
You what? You mean by giving a little bit of this, a little bit of that, for the old how's your father and such like?
Tails cringed. Don't you ever think you might be, well, a little bit behind the times, Mickey?
Allow me to let you into a secret, me old China. Let me whisper in your shell like.
Replied the monkey, leaning over to whisper in Tails' ear.
It's actually what we educated monkeys call a subcultural socio-linguistic dialect variation. Now, can you say that and chew peanuts at the same time?
Mickey flipped a peanut over, rounded back underneath his tongue with his mouth open. It was marginally gross, but Tails had to admit that it was quite a talent, nonetheless. The fox grinned. Oh, I guess this is Tails.
That is Tails, yeah.
No, my old mucker. May I be struck down by a number A+, but I reckon I can't. Thanks, Mickey. We've got a lot of friends who may end up being very grateful to you.
Let's hope so, sunshine, let's hope so. But watch your sparky friend there. If he starts popping up hot waffles or slices of toast, you could be in more trouble than a barrel of load of monkeys, and no mistake. I can't remember if it's in this book or next book that Tails gets the dictionary.
It's a different book. Forget which one. Yeah, because he gets it in the very beginning.
Oh yeah, that's right, he does, yeah.
I mean, that might be...
I won't spoil that.
I'm just trying to remember which book that is.
I have a feeling it might be book 4, actually. Yeah, because Tails is in the computer for most of book 3, and yeah, I think it is. It's book 4, which again, book 1, book 4, link.
Well, actually, I think it's book 3.
Is it?
A dictionary of out of date. Yeah, that's in book 3.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, because he's when he's trying to do the whole hero thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So I guess he was inspired by Mickey. I don't know.
No, he got it off Mickey.
Oh.
Mickey lent him the book.
There you go. Well, it all makes sense. These 4 books. Why haven't they written a 5th one? Oh heck! My mouth is dry. I need some water. I have no water here. This is terrible. Sonic the Hedgehog. He's cool and blue. I mean, now do we read number 12? Or do we
say, do you want to do number 12 or do we want to skip over it? Bearing in mind, chapter 12 is basically the exposition chapter.
Right. Now, I mean, do we want people...
Oh, it's not that long. It's only 4 pages.
Yeah. How long have we been doing this?
Well, let's see, I've been streaming for about an hour and a half, but it's took about half an hour for you guys to get here, so just an hour.
Oh. Well, unless you want to, like, skip into the middle of it, where he just sort of explains.
Oh, yeah, you can do that.
Let's see. Here we go. The Far-Out Machine is the fabulously advanced Robotnik's original universe transmogrifier. Using the Far-Out Machine, I can exchange your molecules around and change you into quite different objects and forms. Excuse me if I use scientific language too difficult for you to understand. I shall try to keep my exposition short, because I know you only have extremely small brains.
God. It's kind of a one-sided pun machine there.
Here you go. We can understand you, you rotten evil, Sally began, her stomach turned by the constant barrage of unfunny egg puns. But
They're hilarious. What are you on about?
But Robotnik cut her reply short. Shut up! Snapped Robotnik. Previously, I captured you and kept you inside prison eggs. I knew that your friend, he spat out the word, that hateful hedgehog, would try to rescue you. Due to a minor problem with computer processing of scientific information, a little What?
Inexactitude.
Oh, that's too much. I can't handle it. Right there. He succeeded. Now, does he actually explain what's going on? This time, however, his fate is sealed. This time he will come to rescue you, but he will not be able to find you, because I will have transmogrified you. He will never even know what you have been turned into after my exemplary experiment. So he will run around, forever trying to find you and failing, and eventually he will run out of speed. He will expire. Then I shall capture him at last and transmogrify him, so that he can never threaten Dr. Ivo Robotnik's plans for world conquest again. When that is done, shall crown myself King Robotnik, or perhaps Emperor Robotnik. Which would be better, do you think? Alright, now that's, here we go. So then he's doing a thing, he's doing a thing, he's doing a thing. There was a horrible plopping sound from the far-out machine as something was deposited from the far end of it. What had gone into the machine was most definitely Johnny Lightfoot, the rabbit. What had emerged from it was something entirely different. Sally Acorn gazed at the scene with utter horror and revulsion. Johnny Lightfoot had been turned into a... well, you'll just have to wait and see, won't you? Stop that booing at the back. It isn't polite.
What?
There's a fair amount of fourth wall shattering in this series.
Oh, I thought David was yelling at us.
No, it actually does say in brackets, "Stop that booing at the back. It isn't polite." Like I say, I've stolen one or two of those lines for this.
Oh. Do. Now you. Now
Chapter.
Well, I mean, chapter 13. The first section is just Tails and Sonic being like, "Hey," but then the next section actually picks up immediately where that left off. So,
At the very least, we've got to do the end of chapter 14.
well, of course.
The second half of it, yeah.
Here we go. Oh. Well, I gotta read this, just to explain what happened to Johnny Lightfoot. Egor clinked back to the laboratory and picked up the bucket and mop. It was a funny-looking mop. It had the usual thick mop's head, but there were two extremely long, thick strands on it. Likewise, the handle had a funny, slightly bobbed protuberance at the far end, which looked just a little bit like a stumpy tail. Oh, gross! Porker Lewis was really distressed. I can't believe it! That robot is cleaning and polishing the floor with Johnny Lightfoot!
What?
Well, what used to be Johnny Lightfoot, Joe Sushi, replied glumly. They were all quiet for a few moments. None of them wanted to voice the question they all had in their minds. Eventually, though, Sally did. What do you think we'll get turned into, then? See? He turned Johnny Lightfoot into a mop.
Oh no!
Now, do you see where this is going?
Oh god!
Do you see? If you want to jump ahead.
Well, let's see. This is lovely. Says that. Do you think his mind is inside that mop? Do you think it would be better to have your mind left intact inside a mop? What does it feel like when they clean the floor with you? Should we say start from the top of page 69?
The top of page 69? There we go. We can do that. This is the entrance door, Sonic said unnecessarily. Oh. Okay. After all, the smooth, steel-plated hatch did have the words Dr. Robotnik's Laboratory Keep Out in red painted letters as tall as Sonic himself. He and Tails had managed to race past the wisps hovering in the distance, but they could hear their buzzing getting louder by the second. It was plain, but they didn't have much time. Well, here goes, breathed Sonic as he pushed the glowing red panel on the side of the door. To his surprise, the door swished open at once. Crikey, that's lucky, Tails grinned. No way, Tails. It means that Dr. Robotnik is expecting us. Be on your guard to the max, my little foxy dude. So move up to max racing speed and let's spin and fly it. Tails sprinted into a super dash as they sped along the winding corridor behind the door. Red lights were flashing along the ceiling, and they thought they could hear the woo-woo-woo of an alarm sounding somewhere deep inside the building. Tails was almost disappointed by the guards in front of the next doorway. There were just a pair of crawlers, and Tails and Sonic stomped them easily. The robots were slow, much too slow to stop a super speeding pair of radically heroic dudes on a desperate rescue mission. Sonic somersaulted into the red panel beside the door beyond the robots, which lit up brilliantly and caused the door to slide open as easily as the entrance hatch had. Replay time, dude! Sonic was in full spin mode, bouncing into the huge chamber behind the door. He wasn't expecting what confronted him there. The place looked like an assembly line in a factory. There were rows and rows of small metal cages with iron bars on each side. Each one had some kind of metal wheel inside it, and what looked suspiciously like a feeding tray and a water bottle attached to the outside of each cage. Sonic had a very bad feeling about this. Oh man, it's a Star Wars quote, right?
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh man. Do you want to read page 7?
Okay. These look like animal cages, he growled. Bogus or what? He realised that Robotnik probably had his friends trapped in miserable little cages just like these. And since there were dozens of them here, it looked like that infernal Robotnik was planning to capture every other creature on Mobius too. But destroying them wasn't going to be easy. For one thing, there was a huge array of worker robots assembling the cages to be dealt with. For another, there were maybe 30 wisps angrily buzzing and swarming. They were bunching together.
Wisps? What?
Wisps.
You
Wisps.
didn't. Yeah, we didn't explain that, did we? What are they're just like.
They're badniks.
Yeah, it's from Sonic 2, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, are they the ones in Mystic Cave?
Yeah, they're the little things that glow. And
Yeah.
that you can't hit when they're glowing.
Yeah.
I just want to point out, it's not a Sonic Colors prediction.
Oh right, yeah, no, wisps with a H, not without.
Right.
Sorry, I had no idea where you were going with that.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
we are dealing in a world of
yeah.
modern Sonic.
They were bunching together, getting ready to strike down at Sonic and Tails in squadron formation. Sonic and Tails were really determined, though. Hey, they are heroes after all. This just wasn't just for their own sakes. All their friends and every creature on Mobius needed them to fight their way through. With a public like that, what could Sonic and Tails do but give their all? Bouncing, spinning, leaping, crashing into wisps, the assembly plant was soon showered with fragments of blasted wisp. The assembly robots, though, just went on automatically with their work. You've never seen a hedgehog and a fox demolish so many robots so fast. Never in, like, super dude history was so much owed by so many to so few. Yes, that is a Winston Churchill quote. Yet, when all the wisp had been crashed, blasted and bounced into scrap metal, the assembly robots still just went right on working away, clipping bottles to cages and installing the exercise wheels. We've got to get further in. We've got to find the computer system that controls all this, Sonic yelled to his foxy pal. Rushing through the factory line into the corridor beyond, he looked frantically around as Tails raced up right behind him. There were 2 doors here, a very heavily bolted steel door far in the distance, and one rather closer to the right. The nearer one had a funny yellow and black symbol, and the words "Recharging Plant, keep out" on it. Sonic accelerated again. Going so fast, his sneakers almost left a trail of smoke behind him. He bounced the heavy door in the distance as fast as he could, and bounced right around the walls and into the door again. It didn't budge at all. There just wasn't any way in through there, which left only one thing to do. Oh boy, here we go. Grim-faced, Sonic hurtled towards the other door.
Uh-oh. Alright, so Sofox in the chat said that...
oh, he is right, sorry, yes.
The wisps are the...
Oh, they're the bloody flies. Yeah,
they're the flies in the aquatic room zone. That's what they are.
Yeah,
because
right.
those are actually in groups. Flashers are usually by themselves. So...
yeah, that would make sense, yeah.
Man, how long have you been fighting this boss?
It's been a while, but I'm nearly done. I kept screwing up.
Oh, okay. You just kept on dying.
Yeah, oh god. Oh, it was a
All
bad
right.
one.
Sonic, do you think this is such a good idea? Crash!
That's the sound effects.
The door to the recharging plant suddenly had a distinctly hedgehog-sized hole in it. Tails clambered
Uh-oh.
through and saw to his dismay that Sonic almost seemed to be out of control. He was bouncing and spinning crazily off ceiling, walls and floor, and didn't seem to find it possible to slow down. To his absolute horror, Tails could see that Sonic was heading right for a lever which had a big sign over it, which
Uh-oh.
read, "Do not touch this under any circumstances while the far-out machine is recharging. Extreme danger." It's the sign to say extreme, not
There's
extreme.
another egg pun. Another egg pun. If somebody wants to buy this book and count the number of egg puns in it, I appreciate that.
Tails tried to dive between Sonic and the lever to stop him hitting it, but he was just a split second too late. Sonic slammed into the lever, which snapped upwards. Immediately, everything changed. Brilliant lights glared all around Tails, and we saw Sonic bathe in a brilliant green ray of light. Both of them were thrown into crazy, wild spins over and over, unable to control their motion. Frantic alarm bells and buzzers were causing a terrific din all around them. Then there was a very weird noise, a sort of huge slurp combined with the noise people make when they suck their cheeks in really hard, and all of the light around got sucked into a single green point right in front of Tails' eyes. Then he blacked out.
Ooh.
Dun dun dun.
That's the end of a chapter now, ain't it? Okay, so chapter 14 is mostly about Princess Sally.
It
Not
is
Princess
mostly
Sally.
about it.
Sally Acorn escaping. But we can skip that because the end of chapter 14.
About to say, yeah, we're going to jump to the top of page 76.
Oh, I think we are.
I'll let you do this one.
Tails felt like he had been spinning around for hours. Finally, there was another strange whoosh sound, and he landed flat on his back in the sand. Wait, sand is so coarse. No, there was a warm breeze in the air, and he could smell the salty tang of the sea. Looking up, trying to get his eyes to focus properly, he saw to his surprise waving palm fronds and a monkey. The monkey was grinning and starting to gather up the contents of Tails' bag, which is scattered all over the beach. Mickey was really happy with the crisps and peanuts, but there was something unusual lying in the sand, which he poked with a puzzled finger. It was nicely chrome-plated metal, gleaming in the sunlight. It had 2 slots in the top and a lever at the side with a dial which went from slightly browned to very well done. It was blue, mostly, but at the base it had 2 long red lines of something like plastic.
Uh-oh. You know what, me old sausage? I'm getting a really naff feeling about this, and no mistake.
Tails looked over at the device Mickey was pointing at and groaned more groaningly than he'd ever groaned in his whole life. Well, that's really all you can do when you find out that your best friend in all of Mobius has been transmogrified into a toaster.
There's a callback.
See, Sonic the Hedgehog is a toaster.
Oh no.
So we just jump to chapter 15.
It's a good chapter name.
Chapter 15. Look on the bright side, he makes great waffles.
That's so ridiculous.
God blimey, mate. Look on the bright side, you don't half make great waffles. Mickey slurped the last juicy fragment of thoroughly delicious waffle up from his plate with his buttery paws and licked his plate in a thoroughly ill-mannered fashion. Tails was appalled. He'd just been lying in the cool shade of the biggest palm tree he could find, trying to figure out what on Mobius he was going to do. Now he had returned, only to find that Mickey had been using his best friend to make brunch.
Oh no. That's some violation.
How could you, he complained bitterly. The future of the planet depends on Sonic, and you're using him as a toaster. Well, we might as well. It's what he would have wanted, ain't it? I mean, do you just want to keep him lying around doing nothing at all? Well, no, but, well, there you are then. What you waiting for, eh? Fancy a waffle? Well... Mickey popped 4 waffles into the toaster and turned the dial to fairly well done. He offered Tails some opinions. Don't look like it's going to be easy now, Gore Lover Duck. The future of the planet's down to you now. You and Sonic were the only ones who could have stopped Robotnik, so now you're on your sweet little Todd. Will you come back to Robotnik's laboratory and help me? Tails said, trying to get a pathetic, pleading look into his eyes. Mickey shook his head sadly. Look, me old macker, all that stuff about swinging in the trees, that's all just a front. Me, I'm a land monkey, and I get out of puff running, more than 20 metres, and that's on a good day. Wouldn't be any use to you at all. I'd slay you down hopelessly. That was true, Tails thought sadly. He and Sonic were the only people with a hope of stopping Robotnik, just as Mickey had said. It was at that moment that the waffles flew up out of the toaster. Mickey grabbed them on the way down. Hey, they really flew up out of there. That's our chum Sonic, all right. Oh, don't say that. Then it makes it worse somehow. Oh, all right then. Here's your waffle. 1 for you and 2 for me. I'm one hungry monkey this morning. Wait a second. How many waffles did you put into him? Mickey checked the packet. Well, there were 8 in there to start with, and there are 4 left. Stands to reason, don't it? It does not take a genius monkey, although I happen to be one, to work out that I used 4, didn't I? Don't talk like that, Mickey. It makes you sound like Robotnik, and that's not nice at all. But the point is, there are only 3 on the plate. It was true. 4 waffles had gone into Sonic the Toaster, and only 3 had come out.
This is getting weird.
Mickey pondered this for a moment. Twiddling the dials on the toaster, he let out a little cry of amazement. What is it, dude? He's not switched on. That is, I haven't plugged him into the old juice. This is most peculiar and no mistake. It's almost as if there's some energy in him. Well, there must be. How else could he have cooked those waffles? Mickey was stuffing the rest of the contents of the packet of waffles into Sonic. I still haven't plugged him in. Let's see how it goes, me old China. Shortly afterwards, 2 crisply toasted waffles shot into the air and sailed away over the tops of the palm trees. Crikey! Tails exclaimed. That's no ordinary toaster. Staring cautiously into the toaster racks from a safe distance, he could see there were no waffles jammed inside. 2 of them had simply vanished. Well, of course it's no ordinary toaster, chum. It's Sonic the Toaster. Now, let's use our bonces.
Bonces!
What is Sonic's most prominent characteristic? Oh, I love Mickey so much. He's very fast. And he's radically cool. Yes, and he's my best friend. Mickey sighed with exasperation. You're being slow. He's also greedy, right? Scoffs unbelievable amounts of food. Well, that's because of his
hungry.
Well, that's because of his special supersonic metabolism. He needs it all, you know. Tails knew that one off by heart. After all, Sonic had explained it to him over and over again. All right. I'm not saying he doesn't. Don't you get me wrong now, all right? Don't you see? The toaster scoffed the waffles. That suggests there's something left of old Sonic inside it. It might have been their imaginations or just for wishful thinking, but there did seem to be just the faintest rattling sound from inside the shiny chrome of the toaster at that very instant. Mickey peered closely into the inside of the toaster. Only a few crumbs. I don't think there's a miniature hedgehog running around up inside there. This is weird. Mickey speaking for the audience there. Then a broad grin spread across his face. I've just had a gobsmackingly brilliant idea, Mickey yelled. First, we're going to need about 200 packs of waffles. Tails, put that toaster somewhere safe and let's go buy out the store. Do you want to skip over the Sally bit? You want to read it?
Maybe. Let's see. She's crawling. She's sniffing some stuff. She's sniffing some eggs.
She thinks she's found Robotnik, so she crawls towards him.
All right. The old fruit? Like, do we just keep on reading?
Let me just say how
All
far.
this?
Oh, we're not far off the end of this chapter.
Should I just finish the chapter then?
Yeah.
With all right, me old fruit.
Do you want to try and do a Cockney accent, or do you want me to continue doing
Oi!
Mickey's lines?
Well, let me see, because if I'm
Okay.
trying to do Cockney,
Alright.
Oi,
Oh,
oi.
this should be good.
I'm gonna try to switch games here, by the way, because I've exhausted. Like, I just went through the Sonic Amateur Games Expo level of Sonic Time Attack, which I totally forgot about. I totally forgot about Spikes the Hedgehog, or whatever, that was the...
Right, you were running through a room and it was full of vintage Sonic the Hedgehog internet community members.
I found Kulak, dude.
You found Kulak, Overlord. You found Kulak.
And I think I found Mark, but I don't know if that's when. I mean, he was an inverted colored Sonic, so that must have been him. So.
I mean, yeah, Mark's always been.
Well, yeah. Let's be brutally honest though. An inverted coloured Sonic isn't the most original fan character, is it?
Well, no, but I mean, he still kind of uses it.
I saw Nuxido Mask in there.
Yeah.
AKA Jean de Vega.
Luckett was in there.
Along with the floating waffle of Waffle X.
Like, I mean, I passed through this game quite a bit, and, like, this game's already a mouthful of its own, because this is a great game, even though I'm just trying to, like, have something going on in the background here while we, go through this amazing story.
Right, it's a weird thing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Sonic the Hedgehog Time Attack features a lot of cameos from the Moogle Caverns.
Yeah. Remember Ed Weirdo. But yeah, let's see. I'm going to try this one other game here. Give you a moment so I can cue it up and mute the sound.
Okay. Because, Jamie Bailey, wasn't his name in the credits to Sonic 4?
Maybe.
I think he worked. I think he worked at SEGA Retro.
That hurt.
I don't know exactly what he was doing in SEGA of Europe, but I mean, he wasn't responsible for the game.
Right.
He didn't program it. He didn't design it. It was some like community support, advertising, PR shindig. So
okay,
don't have to blame Jamie for that.
Whoa.
I can hear myself.
Who was that? Oh, what's up?
Hilariously, I've actually gotten a job offer up in North Bend from Nintendo. Fucking loading fucking boxes and shipping them off.
Ooh. Wait,
yeah, they have like a packing factory up there.
Wait, oh god, David, look in the Sage chat.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Dude, what's up? Oh my god.
Now, is that real Kulak? Or is that
I would hope so.
Bearing in mind, you can join into this chat with like virtually any nickname.
That is true. I mean, that could have just been any. That could be anybody.
I don't see anybody else with that alias though. That's the thing.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like
Oh, there it is.
If you're a guest, you can just use a name. I need some sort of.
Yeah, but now get out of my bins.
All right.
Who would fucking know to say that?
I don't know.
And apparently, SoFox is the one who brought him in here. So I think it's really him.
You're a little loud. You're a little loud, PCO.
Yeah.
Let me fix that.
Yeah. Oh man.
How about now?
Can you distract you reading this book?
Yeah.
Because Kulak, where have you been?
First, here's this Psyduck Easter egg in Metal Sonic Quest. Oh, is this? I don't know if this is the special edition.
It says special edition on the title screen.
Oh, I must have missed it because I was too busy enamored with this Psyduck.
Oh, this is Psyduck, yeah.
Oh man.
I don't know if Hedges MFG still works. His email address here.
Since I have Kulak's undivided attention, what should I ask him? Hey, Kulak! Have you played Big's Big Fishing Adventure 3?
Yeah. This is an important question, by the way.
It is an important question. This is important.
Oh my god. This nostalgia is too great.
Sonic Kadima!
But yeah, I'm going to let Metal Sonic Quest play through here. I haven't played this game in forever, so I don't know if I can finish it, but I'll give it a shot.
Oh man, Kulak. Okay.
Alright.
That's right.
Should we get back to
shall
the story?
we, shall we resume?
Oh.
Let's hear your cockney there, me old macker.
Alright. You see, Kulak, we were reading this book. It's called Sonic the Hedgehog and Robotnik's Laboratory. It was published in the UK back in 1993. Kulak!
This book is older than probably half the people in this sodding Sage chat.
Probably, actually.
True.
I mean, we're some old people. But, you know.
So Kulak. Okay, so Kulak. Oh, it is a vintage classic. So, oh man, I'm just gonna say Kulak. Oh wait, no, I have
okay,
to
that's
pronounce it the proper way. Kulak. How's it going? This is Tristan Bresnan. I'm saying hello, Kulak. We've given you numerous awards. It was Tristan who said that, right? I feel like if I'm misremembering it, it's not actually Tristan.
No, that was Tristan.
It was
That was fucking Tristan back when he did his old radio shows and shit. Remember that?
I remember those shows. Of course I do.
They used to be the shit back in the day. Like he was the only one doing that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So fucking we all got together and fucking SRB2 and fucking listen to Tristan run his mouth over shit.
Yeah, I mean he was podcasting before podcasting was a thing. Essentially,
He really was.
Wow.
He really was.
Oh man, it was good times.
You know what? What do we do to do a special screening of Pokemon Soccer? We need to watch that again now that we're really digging up all the oldies of Sonic.
Man, oh cool! Did you know that this is the 20th stage? If anybody cared,
It's either the 19th or 20th. We think it's the 19th.
I don't think it's the 19th though, because I was looking on the retro wiki and reading the page, and I was counting, and I'm like, since in 2014 there was 1 and 2, and wait, 2005 was number 10, and I'm pretty sure this would be 20 then. Here, I know I'm getting distracted.
You might be right.
Yes, you are getting distracted.
I'm sorry, Kulak threw me off. I got excited. I got very excited. Okay, hold on. Let me go to. I just need to do some counting. I'm going to. Yeah, I mean, I should really finish this chapter, shouldn't I?
Yeah, so let's get back to the stream,
Halfway
which is
down page 81.
with
All right.
David the Lurker, Overlord, and Bart Van 32 driving this video game.
Okay, Kulak,
he's
don't
you.
leave. Kulak,
Yo.
don't leave. Not done asking you questions about Sonic, the Big the Cat.
Big the Sonic Cat.
It's good stuff. Okay. All right, I was supposed to do a terrible Cockney accent.
Yeah.
Oi! Oh no! Wait, hold on. Okay. Let me see. Oh, the Queen Mother.
That's not Cockney.
oi, the Queen Mother. No.
It's Scottish.
Right. Oh, it's Scottish. Right. Oi. All right, you fruit. Oi.
You got to think more. You got to think more geezer.
Geezer? Aye.
Geezer.
Geezer. All right, you fruit.
Close enough. Keep going.
We are going to try an experiment. Sorry, an experiment. Loom, but that's catching.
Lummy, actually.
Lummy?
Lummy, but
What,
that's
what the
catchy.
heck is lummy?
There's a lot of British slang in this book.
I noticed. That's probably why it never came out in the U.S. Whole sections would have had to be rewritten for it to make any sense.
Yeah, Mickey, I think, would have been lost on most of the US audience.
Yeah. Well, Sonic, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm just losing the accent. It's not even happening anymore. Mickey crouched over the toaster and spoke into the slots where you popped waffles in. It looked extremely peculiar. Even on Mobius, you don't find monkeys talking into toasters very often. Or I could just do like a, y'all, but if you can, use your lug holes and listen. I'm going to put one waffle in your left side and one in your right side. If you can hear me, shoot out the right hand waffle pronto. You can eat the other one. Ripping
Let's
open
go with that.
I'll do that. Ripping open a pack from the enormous pile of waffle packets beside him, Mickey stuffed 2 of them into the toaster. Moments later, the right-hand wand shot out. The other one had disappeared. Tails thought he heard the very slightest hint of a gulp, or perhaps a very slight burp. Oh, I would do that. But he couldn't be sure. Mickey repeated the experiment to make sure he hadn't just been lucky the first time. It worked exactly the same. Well, my foxy face friend, it looks like we have what we in the tree would call the mind of a hedgehog and the body of a toaster. We have the world's first toast hog. Oh man, that should be in Sonic Unleashed too. At least I think that's better than a hedger. That doesn't sound right at all. It isn't funny, Mickey. How would you like it if you'd been turned into a toaster? Sorry, Gov. I'm out of order. Okie dokie, let's get a bit more ambitious. Now we can put 4 waffles in here, and there are 4 different racks. Sonic, if you can hear me clearly and understand everything I say, shoot out 1 from the left side and 1 from the right side. That's a good bloke. Mickey began to run a whole series of tests, starting with 1 waffle for yes and 2 for no, and then a whole series of waffle firings for letter code. All the time he jotted down notes into his computer. Tails could following everything
Yeah,
he was
that's
doing.
a grammar error.
Yeah, that's
Tails could following everything he was doing, ladies and gents.
yeah, that's wrong. But after 128 packets of waffles had disappeared into the air in all directions, Mickey seemed satisfied. Well, this toaster is our old chum Sonic, all right. He's been talking to me. Well, he's been waffling, actually. Boom, boom. Tails tapped his foot like he'd seen Sonic do. When Sonic tapped his foot, most people tended to stop talking too much. Or at least, to stop making bad jokes. Oh, all right. I can't help having a sense of humor. That's spelled Humour because it's
Spelled correctly, I should say.
British. Kulak is DeviantArt. No, it's not. This is licensed material released back in 1993.
Yeah, 100% official material.
Yep. Look, Sonic says you must take him back to Robotnik's laboratory and somehow reverse what happened to him. He says that he can help you on the way if you run into any bother. He thinks he can put the same energy he used to put into his super spins to make himself into a toaster blaster. All you need is lots of waffles, and you can use them as a waffle gun. See, if Luckett had a waffle gun in Waffle X, he says you might even be able to blast down the door that was in your way last time. Hold up, though, because before you go, there's a little experiment Sonic wants me to try with him. Are you sure about this, Sonic? A waffle shot out of the left-hand side of the toaster. Right-a-ho! He started dragging out the toolbox and rigging up a large battery with a pair of wires ending in metal connections. Now, I don't think we can risk plugging Sonic into the mains. That would be too dangerous. Plug him into the mains? Are you mad? Tails yelled in alarm. Well, what are toasters designed to do? I reckon it's worth a try. First up, though, let's just try a 12-volt battery. Mickey hooked the connectors up to the toaster and stuck 4 waffles into it. Stand clear of the doors. Mind your back. Tails leapt out of the way just in time. A small puff of blue smoke drifted hazily out of the top of the toaster. Then the waffles shot into the air. This time, they went so fast that Tails could hardly see them as they sped over his head. They were over the horizon and out of sight in seconds. Far in the distance came the sound of a frightened seagull, which had narrowly avoided being waffled into a watery grave. Oh man, now here's the gore blimey, love a duck.
That really doesn't work in a hick accent, does it?
Nope.
Love a duck.
Give that hedgehog a coconut. Ooh. I don't think I dare risk plugging him into the mains. Actually, I reckon it's better like this because you can carry the battery around with him. All you need now is just a little something extra I can fix up for you. Aw, heck. Sonic the Hedgehog. All right, so man, Kulak, you played Big Fishing Adventure 3. This is important stuff because, did you know there's a full version coming out?
What?
Yeah.
Does
There's
he
a
finally
full-
make his video game? Is that what happens in the
It's a
full?
secret.
Oh,
Kulak, there's a full version of Big's Big Fishing Adventure 3 coming out.
Robot boss.
I'm whispering because it's a secret just between you and me, and nobody else is listening.
That was a robot boss, by the way. I love primary color land. I'm sorry.
This is important. Oh, man, it's going to be great. You're going to love it. It's not like I know anything about it at all.
Dear God.
It's a secret.
Do you know if there is Metal Sonic's big whatever thingy coming out soon? Where is his video game? I mean, if Knuckles gets one and Big gets one, where's Metal Sonic's big adventure 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Oh, that's not good.
Oh, man.
Who knows? Right.
Sonic fights Robotnik, and he fights him good.
Do we want to do? I'm just looking at this. If we do the start and end of chapter 16, then we can jump to 18.
We could do that. All right. Yeah. Because chapter 16 has the best title.
Chapter 16. Eat hot waffle death, badniks.
It's the best title. It doesn't make any sense.
Tails looked and felt very peculiar indeed. He had a huge bandolier of waffles around his neck, which fed into a funny homemade feeder tray which triggered them into Sonic when Tails pulled a little lever on the side of it. Field tests, Mickey had called them, had shown Tails that Sonic was an extremely efficient waffle gun. He could knock coconuts out of trees at 100 metres. Heck, he almost knocked down the trees at 100 metres. On the other hand, carrying Sonic, the battery, and all those waffles sure slowed a foxy dude down, and he missed having someone to talk to. All this hero stuff was really lonely. It was no wonder Sonic invited him to tag along on his adventures. He could have conversed with Sonic using a waffle shooting code, but that would have just wasted precious ammunition. It just wouldn't have been the same. But from time to time, as he edged up to Scrapbrain Zone, he whispered a few words to his buddy. "Sonic, the back door seems to be open," he said quietly, feeling ever so slightly ridiculous whispering into the top of a toaster. "There are some funny-looking robots repairing it, I think." He reached for the video camera to use the distance lens to look at them more closely, and then moaned with frustration. Of course, he hadn't brought it with him. It was just too much extra weight, what with having to carry the waffle gun / toaster / Sonic with him. Tails crept along the ground towards the open door. It was tough going, having to crawl and drag along a toaster at the same time. He was 60 metres away when one of the robots looked and turned and looked in his direction. Tails froze, but in Scrapbrain Zone there just isn't any camouflage if you're a cute fox with 2 white-tipped tails carrying a massive blue toaster. It's hard to disguise yourself as a rusty robot. The robot's metal back suddenly split apart and something popped up out of the cavity inside it. On metal legs, the spidery rocket gushed smoke and fire from its rear end and hurtled out of the robot towards Tails. He just managed to leap out of the way before the missile struck the ground exactly where he'd been standing and exploded. A filthy black cloud of oily smoke drifted around the spot. Tails was coughing and spluttering. He was a little bit dizzy, more than a little bit concussed from the missile blast. His face was covered in a black soot. He also could see another robot getting ready to fire a missile at him. It was just too much to tolerate. It was hero time. Leaping out into the open, Tails raised the toaster, changed the setting to very well done, and pointed it at the robots. "Eat hot waffle death, you horrid ratnicks," he screamed. He charged as the toaster went butter, 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 firing a tracer stream of deadly supersonic waffles at the robots. The machines disintegrated in a hail of fiery waffles, smashed into scattering clouds of metal debris which flew in all directions. It was unbelievable that Tails didn't get his head blown off as he charged into the flying metal remains of the robots. But he was supercharged now, running faster than he'd ever gone in all his life. He kept some of his deadly waffles for the final showdown. He knew it was coming soon. He raced down the corridor beyond the entrance door, blew apart the door to the factory with a quick waffle burst, and sprayed more waffles into the factory line, blowing up almost everything in his path. He emerged into the far passage and headed for the heavy steel door at the end. Gritting his teeth, looking radically fierce, He hefted Sonic the Toaster for one last destructive burst of killer waffle fire to blow the door apart. He was close now, and he knew it. And apparently David is grabbing food, so he'll be muted for a moment. So,
Alright.
let's see. Where should we jump to? Sally Acorn is looking at the Robotnik through a grill. He's eating and he's going through a desk.
Holy crap. This level.
Oh man, what's going on in games and games? You are floating above a platform.
The lava just went nuts. Like it's so fast that I can't do anything to get past it. I don't think I can finish this game.
I'm all.
I was at the chapter break on page 86. I was just trying to decide where to jump to.
Because you don't want to read about Sally peering through the grill. Sally's heart sunk. Sally.
Actually, you could probably resume it from then. Sally had a brainwave on 87. Okay, I'll do that while you eat.
Well, I'm just looking. I don't even see that.
Page 87, about halfway down. Just below Sally's heart sank.
Oh, I see it now.
Yeah.
Haha. Foxy.
Then Sally had a brainwave. The noise Robotnik was making might cover up anything she might do, like force the grill off the wall. Since Robotnik had his back to her, she just might be able to hit him over the head and, well, she wasn't thinking about what she might do afterwards. This plan was enough to be going on with. She took the metal pin she had salvaged from the wisps in her two front paws. Oh yeah, she found some wisps in the ducts and fought them and somehow kicked one and they broke into each other and exploded. And strained with all her might. The metal grill was really tightly wedged and her face screwed up with the effort of it all. She thought that she'd just about edged it a centimetre or two open when the far door to Robotnik's office disintegrated. Just like that. Sally wondered if she might not be hallucinating. It looked like the door had been blown apart by a stream of waffles, but that was obviously impossible. Waffles couldn't blow down a steel door. As she stared in astonishment, a silhouetted figure stood at the door with some drifting cloud of light blue smoke around him. He had some very odd kind of weapon in his hands. On a bad day, if you were really out to lunch, you might have thought it was a toaster. He looked incredibly impressive, like something out of a really cool movie. There you are, you fiendish, heinous Robotnik-type rat. Well, eat waffle destruction, make my day. It sounded...
I wonder what that's a reference to.
Yeah, I know, right? It sounded a bit like Tails, but not that much, Sally thought. Whoever was standing in the doorway was clearly half mad, and his speech was way uncool. Oh man, Sally, wait till he gets the dictionary. Tails couldn't see Sally, of course. He was in total heroic waffle blasting overload. He raised Sonic and let fly at the cowering Robotnik, and it was at that moment that Tails realised he didn't have any waffles left. Whoops, he blurted. Recovering very quickly for a man of his repulsively bloated demeanour, Robotnik had seen it too. Grabbing the peculiar length of steel tubing on his work desk, he lifted it and pointed it at Tails. Oh, this is, thinking about it, this is actually good that we did this bit, because this is the closest Tails gets. The fox was instantly bathed in a blue gleam of light. Struggling to rush at his enemy, Tails found he couldn't move his legs. He was paralysed. Dun dun dun.
Uh-oh.
Robotnik gloated exultantly. Ha! Puny wretch, now I shall transmogrify you and be rid of you forever. Frantically grabbing at a control panel on the work desk, he pulled a lever right over to Overload. Robotnik's mind flashed up a warning. This was only a small-scale prototype and he couldn't be sure it would actually work. But Tails was paralysed, and as the ray began to turn from blue to green, the silhouette of a fox began slowly but surely to change into that of a coffee percolator, a nice brown one with two handles.
Oh man, that's the way to do it. You can double fist. Wait.
Sally gave one last desperate heave. The grill gave way and flew out of the hole in the wall, and she leapt at Robotnik. The grill got there first, hitting him on the back of the head and sending him reeling sideways. Sally missed him and went skidding over the work table. She hit the lever hard, knocking it from overload to reverse. Unable to stop her momentum, she fell off the end of the table and hit her head on the floor, and everything turned black.
Oh.
Okay. I guess I could read this next
Yeah,
chunk.
you did the last bit.
Okay. Oh, yuck, yuck. Ugh. Sally was forced into befuddled wakefulness by the foul stink of rotten eggs being wafted under her nose. Sonic was waving a cracked shell filled with stinky bad egg at her. Tails was standing safely to one side, holding his nose. Come on, Sally, we've got to find the other dudes fast, Sonic insisted. Oh, where's Robotnik? Sally was confused. Where did Sonic come from? He ran away, but he'll be back with his robots, and really soon. We must get to our friends now. Sonic was urgent. Yes, they're in. She started, and then she remembered. It's too late. He's changed them all into things like... Like toasters? Sonic looked grim. Well, maybe. I don't know. But we'll never be able to find them if we don't know what they are. And I don't know. She burst into tears. She forgot for the moment that Johnny was a mop sitting in a bucket somewhere. She was too upset and confused to remember. Okay, but at least we've got you, Sally. That's a start. Come on! Sonic lifted her up and looked at Tails. Then they just ran and ran and ran. Sally.
Right. We can probably skip over chapter 17, which is basically catch up for the most part and some basic plot about the plans for how we go from prototype to a bit, to cut a long story short, a planet-sized transmogrifying machine.
Right. There is some plot in the story, if you can believe that.
And there's a bit where Sonic and Tails have an argument. So, yeah, Sonic, but this time he's got a working model and we've seen what it can do. Haven't we, Mr. X Toaster? Tails replied. Please stop reminding me about that. It wasn't my fault we ran out of ammunition, was it? I mean, someone blew his cool and got too little carried away, right? To which Sally Acorn says, boys, we're not going to get anywhere by having silly arguments.
So does Sonic identify as a toaster? Or... Oh.
So shall we jump to chapter 18?
The assault on the winged fortress?
It's quite a long one, actually.
It does look pretty long. Do.
I mean, we can probably skip over Plan 19. I mean, Chapter 19 is... I like Chapter 19 simply because of the whole progressing to Plan D bit, but you can probably skip over that.
Probably. Oh, man.
But it reminds me, Stevie the Mole does pop up again.
Or we just read the whole thing.
I'm just trying to decide.
Let's start from the beginning.
No, let's. I mean, I'm just trying to think. We can do chapter 18, but let's jump the start, which basically just has like doing their best 1940s telehair flyer chaps bit.
Valkyries?
Yeah. Shall we say the chapter break on page 97?
Where it starts with bogus?
Yes, that one.
Okay. So they're rushing in.
Flying the plane. The tornado, although it's not mentioned by name.
Yeah. Well,
actually,
I guess...
does it? I mean, hang on. It might be that. Oh no! So yeah, Sonic screamed into acceleration underneath the wing fortress with the tails on his back. Okay, so yeah, no, not the tornado.
It's just a plane.
Well, not even that. It's just Sonic and Tails.
Oh, it's just them. Oh. I guess they didn't finish Sonic 2.
Well, you say that. They're on the wing fortress.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Who cares? Okay. Do I start or should you start? I guess I could read a chunk.
You start it. Yeah, you start.
Okay. Bogus! Yikes, too. Sonic changed his angle of flight quickly, veering off to the right. The Valkyries plunged down below them. Oh, so the Valkyries are those...
They're the chicken badniks from Wing Fortress, the ones that shoot at you.
Right. The Valkyries plunged down below them, confused by the change, but the missile kept right on coming. What was worse, the other Valkyrie had fired a missile, and that was beginning to raise its nose lazily upwards, its hedgehog-seeking onboard computer guiding its flight with an accuracy quite remarkable for something built by the crazed Dr. Robotnik. Soon, a furiously zigzagging hedgehog with his tail-spinning foxy passenger acting as an excellent auxiliary thrust and rudder was trying to weave away from the missiles, getting closer and closer. I hate it when missile misses. We have them, Igor. My final triumph will come sooner than I expected. This is an exquisite moment. Robotnik wobbled with delight as he watched the missiles getting inexorably closer to their target on the radar screen. Prepare to be exterminated, you hateful little blue menace. Sonic made a desperate glide towards ground level, but once again the missiles just couldn't be shaken off. There was no escape. Or so it seemed. The first missile was about 5 meters away when Sonic spun off to one side, catching Tails unawares. The little fox was thrown off and flailed around with his arms and legs for just a split second before he regained his balance. When he did, he found that he was wrapped around the missile. It had passed just underneath him, and he'd fallen onto it. Oh man. Sonic rode a missile in the first episode of SEGA, didn't he?
And I can recall at least one time he did it in the comic as well.
No. He also did it
Fleetway,
in
I
Eddie
mean.
LeBron's film, right?
That was cool. I got stuck in the floor and couldn't finish the game, so...
Awesome.
Uh-oh.
Fan
broke it.
games.
Eek.
Let's see. Alright, Eek. Oh, Eek! Squeaked Tails. What am I going to do with this, he thought, his mind in a panic. If he'd stopped to consider it, he could have just have twirled his tails and flown off. But there was a second missile not so very far behind him, and he wasn't really thinking too clearly. Not that surprising, really. Frantically, he wrapped his arms and legs around the missile, hugging it tightly. As he did so, a small metal panel popped up underneath one of his paws. Hold on, where's my mouth? Afterwards, Tails still wasn't sure what happened. He was just trying to hold onto the missile, and one of his paws got stuck inside the panel. And he pressed something by mistake, and... well, the missile lurched awkwardly in midair, and its nose rose upwards. Tails held on even tighter as it flew further and further away from the ground, higher and higher. In the distance, he could see the second missile still chasing Sonic as the hedgehog bounced and sprang this way and that. Tails' missile arced back around and began to home in on the fortress. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Yelled Tails. Normally, he would have paid good money for a go on a ride as exciting as this, but Tails wasn't in the mood for excitement on this scale. On the bridge of the fortress, it was mayhem. Activate the egg-shooting defender shields! Robotnik screamed. I can't, Master, Igor replied calmly. What do you mean you can't? Robotnik wobbled up and down in truly extreme fury. All the energy from the defensive systems has been bypassed to boost the factory production, Igor said in a very matter-of-fact way. He sensed that now was not the time for laconic sarcasm. Oh, excuse me. What egg-scrabble idiot did that? I'll have him executed, melted down for scrap metal, Robotnik howled. It was you, Master. At 7:10 and 29 seconds this morning. Look, I logged the order on the computer. You said that we must have all the energy possible for assembling... Idiot! Fool! Bad robot! Oh, I love that production company. Do you have to mindlessly obey everything I tell you? Robotnik pounded his fists on the panel before him, only narrowly missing several very important buttons. Impact time estimated at 3 seconds and counting, Igor replied as coolly as his programming allowed.
Tails came to his
Oh, I just went doo doo.
Tails came to his senses just in time. He managed to let go of the missile before it hit the main bay underneath the fortress. Well, he more or less fell off it, really, which was just as well, since the missile struck the bay dead center and caused a huge explosion. Huge bursts of fire and flying swarms of shrapnel cascaded from the fortress.
That's pretty intense.
Yeah. With a superlative twirl of his tails, the flying fox took evasive action, only to find himself hurtling straight at Sonic, who was heading up right underneath him. Nimbly, Sonic spun out of collision course, grabbed his friend by the ears on the way down, and redirected him upwards. Those Valkyries and the missile chasing me, they've got out of control. I don't know how you turned that missile around, but it was way cool, buddy, Sonic panted as they soared upwards. Tails smiled happily. Oh, it was nothing, he said modestly. It was cool. Look, that won't have destroyed the fortress, it's too big, but you've blasted a hole big enough to get 100 dude heroes in. Let's go! Dun, dun, dun. Flying into the ruins of the bay.
Dude heroes.
Dude heroes. Sonic and Tails took in the scene of devastation. There was twisted and smoking metal everywhere, and 2 squadrons of nebula robots, small twirling cones of metal flying out of control in all directions. Yeah. Far in the distance, way across the bay, a large hatch seemed to still be intact, though the steel was fire blasted and riddled with dents and holes. That's it. That's where we need to go. Come on, let's head on in. Sonic was really determined now. Tails followed his speeding buddy as fast as he could. Events are moving a little too fast even for him. Sonic didn't bother to try to open the hatch. He just bounced right into it. Well, slammed right into it, to be honest. Unsurprisingly, perhaps, it gave way immediately, and Sonic leapt into the long corridor leading into the heart of Robotnik's huge metal fortress ship. That wasn't the smartest move. The fortress's defensive shields might not have been working, but its internal defenses certainly were, and if there was one thing guaranteed to set them off, it was a blue hedgehog with a cool demeanour. Great piston hammers in the ceiling started pounding down the full length of it as alarm buzzers and bells went crazy. Red alarm panels lit up all over the place with the message, "Hedgehog Alert!" Barely pausing to acknowledge the honour of having an entire security system set up exclusively to keep him out, Sonic sped and darted between the pounding pistons, gradually making his way further and further along the corridor. Behind him, Tails made the fatal mistake of looking up for a split second too long. As he took an extra step forward, 3 tons of cast iron came hurtling down towards him. Yowerk! Tails was nabbed by the scruff of the neck and dragged an extra yard along. The tips of his tails waved free just a couple of centimetres past the squashing zone.
Oh man, that's my favorite level in Sonic 4.
Life, Tails beamed at Sonic. Again! It was nothing. What are buddies for? Now hold on and let's get to Robotnik. This time he isn't going to get away, Sonic replied, a grim and heroic expression on his face. They only ever got ever so nearly squashed another 3 or 4 times before they got to the hatch at the end of the corridor. Sonic took a short run up and smashed it down. He wasn't in the mood for the subtle approach. When the doors slid open and Sonic and Tails leapt onto the control bridge, Robotnik spun around to greet them with a smug expression on his face. "So we meet again!" he exclaimed. "You are too late as always. Ha ha ha! You petty fools. The last of my factory constructions has just been dispatched to the master laboratory. We were only building the components of the transmogriplex here. It is being assembled elsewhere. Ha 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 ha! Soon, all of Mobius will be one gigantic machine, and I shall be invulnerable. Ha ha! And now, prepare to die, you wretched hedgehog." Robotnik's exposition was just a little too long, for while he was shouting out his speech, Sonic had spotted the telltale holes in the wall just past the hatchway. He leapt over the barrier of vicious spiked iron bars which sprang out. If he hadn't, he'd have had a lot more spikes than he usually had, and it would have been game over for him, and indeed for all of Mobius. But now, with Tails in tow, he advanced on the furious Robotnik. "So much for your traps, Robotnik. We've defeated you. Egor, activate the escape capsule!" Robotnik wailed as he ran away from the advancing dudes. Egor flicked some switches and waited for Robotnik to reach the escape hatch. "That's cheating," Sonic said angrily. "What? Escaping? No. Using a word like eggscape, it doesn't have an X in it. If there was if there was one thing Sonic really hated, it was a cowardly, villainous, evil scientist who made bad puns.
Dun dun dun.
The floor beneath Robotnik suddenly gave way as a metal plate there slid harmlessly open, and the scientist dropped 20 meters onto a huge padded surface. With surprising agility, he waddled upright and made a swift dash for the capsule. Dash for the capsule. Tails lunged after him, but as he did, his tails were trapped in the hatch, which had sprung back to seal off Robotnik's escape. Hanging by his appendages, the fox could only look on helplessly as Robotnik wobbled into the pilot's seat and the capsule rose from its launch pad. The bays in the distance opened, and the egg-shaped craft slid slowly out into the night sky.
Ooh.
Tails was caught by surprise when the metal plate opened up once more, dumping him onto the huge cushion which Robotnik had used to break his fall. Looking up, he could see Sonic grinning in the distance. He dropped down to join his buddy. Well, he's escaped again, like most heinous of him as usual. However, I found a little button marked auto-destruct sequence and pressed it before that funny robot up there could stop me. I think we'd better be leaving, little dude. And, hurry, okay?
Heck. From a safe distance, Sonic and Tails watched the fortress explode. It looked fabulous. Trails of fire and smoke shot out for kilometers, and the entire night sky was illuminated by the series of explosions which ripped the fortress apart. The thunderclap echoed through the zone, louder than any natural storm, and flaming lumps of debris shot across the sky like meteors. Groovy! That's the best fire... Oh, wait, that's Tails.
That's Tails.
Groovy! That's the best fireworks display I've ever seen. Yeah, pretty cool, admitted Sonic. We've defeated Robotnik. Again. Like, replay time or what? But he's still got the Transmorgleplex somewhere. The good news is we destroyed that factory fortress, which means that if we can destroy the Transmorgleplex itself, Mobius should be safe. For quite a long time, anyway. And the bad news is, Tails knew perfectly well what it was. He just wanted Sonic to be the one to say it. And the heinously bad news is that we still have to find the Transmorgleplex. And then destroy it. And that, my foxy-faced pal, is going to be one radically hard job even for such super cool heroes as ourselves. Once again, we must save Mobius. Sonic looked thoughtful. Perhaps a plan was hatching in that noble brain. Tails held his breath expectantly. Aha! Here it came. Sonic spoke. But first, buddy, it is time for a serious pork out. When the going gets tough, the tough get eating first. Let's go! Oh, man.
Sonic has his priorities in order.
Sonic likes to eat. What game are you playing?
Something from Red 16.
Red 16?
Or is it 14? My Roman numerals. I'm dead.
See, I kind of want to skip to chapter 20 here, but at the same time, I want to read the last few chapters of last few paragraphs of page 114.
114.
Which you can probably see why it's the line directly above the last big chapter on 114, the one in italics.
Oh. Oh no, I forgot about.
Oh dear.
Oh no! Oh no! Okay, here we go. Gonna do it. Gonna do it. Gonna do it.
I'm thinking if you start from Egor monitored the work.
Right. Okay. So Egor's like monitoring some stuff. Okay. There was a plan. There's a plan. This plan didn't happen.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you've not missed too much. It's Robotnik basically trying to plan things while Sonic and Tails try. They found Metropolis, but they're trying to get in.
Right.
I just fell out of the level. Anyway, continue.
Egor monitored the work in the factories, watching huge streams of information sail by on the computer screens. But from time to time, his metal fingers flicked at the keyboards, and he checked the files on transmogrifying and on the animals they'd already changed, and especially on one they hadn't. Sally Acorn. Egor gazed at the image of Sally on the screen for quite some time, and then he softly spoke some words which certainly shouldn't have been in his lexical access system. Words which the robot hadn't spoken before. My, but that is one cool babe. No! Egor almost fell backwards off his chair at the realization of what he had just said. He glanced around him to make sure no one was eavesdropping, but of course he was alone. He knew he needed an oil change and some serious corrective work to his circuits. All his programming told him that. He should turn himself into the maintenance department and get whatever was wrong fixed. But he didn't want to. And these days, what Egor didn't want to do, he didn't do. Do. One cool babe. Sally.
So yeah, basically the robot has the hots for Sally Acorn.
Man, if somebody designed what Igor looked like, or Egor.
I think it's mentioned that he's got a hunched back, but other than that...
I keep thinking of Robotnik Jr. from the Adventures of Sonic cartoon for some reason, although I know that's wrong.
Oh dear.
The Death Egg. No, I'm just looking at the screen. I see the Death Egg. I don't even know where... Okay, so there's Chapter 20. Chapter 21. There's some weird stuff going on there.
Yeah, let's do chapter 21 because there's not too much. Or do you want to do the Italian mobsters that is chapter 20?
Oh, I forgot. There's a food taster. No, you forgot the olives. Oh. No, I think we can skip 20. It's just there's a lot of. Oh man, it says Blaze Hedgehog on the screen. Yeah, chapter 20 is just some nonsense.
So basically, Sonic gets sort of captured / intentionally meets up with a bunch of rats who would be able to get him into the into Metropolis Zone, but unfortunately, they're not especially cooperative, and they want to be bribed with pizza. And so he has to go and get some from a nearby pizza factory. And it's got to have extra olives. Which brings us in on the start of chapter 21, Pizza Aid, bracket, with extra olives.
Olives?
Did you want to start this, or do you want me to do it?
Wait, I guess I can start it. I'm just looking, because there doesn't seem to be a natural break. See, it's all just one flow of...
Well, it's only like 2, 4, 6, 8, 5 pages. So yeah.
So I guess I'll stop somewhere.
I can stop my mic on at the start of page 124, something like that.
Okay. Sonic pushed up the drain hatch because they were underground, because that's where rats are.
Yes.
It was very smelly indeed down here, and he wanted to get out as quickly as was hedgehogly possible. That's a good word. Sonic hated bad smells more than almost anything in the whole world. Finding himself in the backyard of the huge pizza plant, because that also exists, he looked around himself very swiftly. The place seemed to be deserted. There were lorries and huge pallets stacked around, and a heavy chain fence around the factory. There was also just one back door. Robotnik might have pizzas manufactured here, but there wasn't any hope of counter service. Pizza Sonic. Sonic felt miserable and dejected for a moment. He missed Tails.
Oh, yeah, sorry, we should mention that. The rats decided to hold Tails hostage to make sure Sonic keeps up his end of the bargain.
Important stuff. Okay. He'd grown used to his little buddy, and he didn't trust the rats to treat him properly. That made him suddenly feel very angry. His feet started to tap, then he began to run towards the door. One splintered door later, the guard robots of the dough room were instantly on full alert. Fortunately for Sonic, they weren't among Robotnik's best creations. Most of the really powerful guard robots had been moved to the Transmorgaplex already. but there were still bouncing ball hogs, whizzing buzz bombers, and even a few really dangerous rollers heading right across the floor towards the intruder. Sonic went straight into super spin. There was no time to waste. 10,000 pizzas to go, heavy on the anchovies and the olives. Oh yeah, and one portion of garlic bread supreme, Sonic yelled, and battle was joined. Leaping, crushing, bashing, and leaving a trail of mayhem behind him, Sonic knew this strategy just wasn't going to work. There were just too many of them. Narrowly dodging the sting of a buzz bomber, he had an instant brainwave. Hurtling towards the enormous dough vat in the center of the factory with a mighty heave, he disconnected the huge hose leading from it. Pushing the lever on the vat to maximum, he hefted the hose and pointed it at the squadron of buzz bombers bearing down at him. An enormous, lengthy string of dough fired from the machine. It wrapped right around the robots, trapping their wings and leaving them flapping helplessly on the ground. The rollers, however, were still advancing on Sonic. Hey, dweebs! Don't get too close. It says the word dough. It says the word dough.
Is it pizza dough?
Sonic yelled gleefully as the hose fired out long bullets of sticky dough. The rollers got engulfed and rolled themselves to a standstill, covered all over in the thick, floury pizza base. They looked just like donuts, Sonic thought. The ball hogs soon got swamped in the endless stream of dough which the vat supplied, and by the time the vat was emptied, the entire factory was a meter deep in the stuff. Sonic looked around for the assembly line. There were lots of hatches and doors in the factory room, so he just took pot luck and charged the one furthest away to the one he'd entered by. Bursting through the door, Sonic found himself sliding down a long, flowery chute towards a sunken floor littered with an array of metal vats with open tops. You could see bubbling cheese, tomato puree, olives, and lots of other toppings simmering away before him. Sonic licked his lips and lost his concentration. He had a big patch of flour halfway down the chute and kicked up a spray of fine, white, choking flour. Shoo! Sonic leapt into the air with the force of the sneeze. Spiraling over and over in midair, he landed with a heavy splap in the tomato puree. Puree? I can talk.
Puree, yeah.
There was silence for a moment, and the surface of the puree returned to its more usual gentle bubbling. Then, with a mighty heave, a bright red figure covered from head to foot in dripping tomato sauce burst from the vat and landed in a gooey heap on the floor beside it. Sonic lay still for a few seconds before some special sense told him he'd better look up, like now. Charging at him from the far side of the room, where a row of large hatchways were cut into the wall, was a whole squad of grabbers, the 8-legged robots with nasty, nipping jaws. Sonic was grabbed more than once, but the metal nippers just slipped off the thick, slippery tomato puree, and the robots couldn't hold him. Sonic gave them a series of perfectly aimed kicks from a super spin and watched them sail through the air into the mozzarella vat. Boy, those grabbers must be cheesed off, punned happily. Doing his best to wipe off some of the tomatoey gunge covering him, he sprinted for the hatchway. Slipping on a final puddle of puree, he half flew and half slid across the nearest hatchway and into the brilliantly lit distance. For a moment his eyes were blinded and he couldn't make out where he was. It was the movement, however, that gave it away. Something underneath him was moving and he was moving along with it. He realized by screwing up his dazzled eyes and squinting to take in the fact that he was in the middle of a long queue of toppingless pizzas that he was on a conveyor belt. At the near distance, the belt passed into a long metal cylinder into which a whole series of tubes passed from the toppings room. Unfortunately, by the time he had realized this, there was no time left for Sonic to get off the belt. Guess you could pick up there if you want.
Yeah, so when he emerged from the far side of the cylinder, a hot and spicy Sonic with extra sweet corn and spiced beef, and very heavy on the cheese, stepped rather unsteadily off the conveyor belt and did his best to divest himself of his toppings, partially through wiping, but mostly, it must be admitted, by simply eating. There didn't seem to be any grabbers here, or any other robots for that matter, but on the other hand, if he hadn't moved when he had done, he would have been cooking nicely at 300 degrees by now. It had been a narrow escape. Keeping his wits about him, Sonic crossed to the entry valve labelled Olives and turned the dial from normal, through heavy, and all the way up to gross out. He even remembered to top up the cheese and keep up the anchovies flowing. Real rat-on pizzas, dude, he complimented himself. Grabbing some pizza bases to smear the last of the cheese and chili sauce from himself. There you go, chili, that's close enough, isn't it?
Pretty
Sonic
close.
Sonic looked around eagerly. He needed a couple of hundred pizza boxes and some way of delivering them to the Undercity and the rats, and that wasn't going to be so easy. Standing at the far end of the assembly line, grabbing the pizzas as they came off it, Sonic rapidly built up a huge pile of steaming pizzas freshly boxed. Somehow, he managed to only eat 3 of them himself. I've got to get these out of here somehow, he said to himself as he stacked, keen to jog his pizza-addled brain into coming up with a solution. But how? Disturbing his thoughts, a low metallic grinding sound came from a door opening in the distance. Sonic hid underneath the assembly line to watch. A large, faceless and featureless robot clanked into the room, grabbed the huge stack of filled pizza boxes in its shovel-like claws, and dumped them onto a metal pallet. The pallet hissed and rose gently into the air. The robot pressed a lever on it, and the pallet turned around and gently glided through the doorway. The robot followed the pallet and was about to close the door when a super-fast hedgehog sprinted past, leapt onto the pallet, and pressed the lever all the way up to maximum. The pallet rose crazily into the air, rocking slightly from side to side. Sonic had to keep running round, trying to catch the pizzas which were in danger of falling off it. Leaping and dashing around, he found a second lever on the far side of the pallet. Let's hope this is a rudder, he thought to himself, and pointed it to the far side of the metropolis. The pallet suddenly hurtled off through the night sky. Afterwards, Sonic wasn't entirely sure just how he managed to land the pallet without doing too much damage to himself, the pizzas, or anything else. Well, crash land it to be more exact. All he knew that he was lying on the ground, with stars swimming around his head, and beside him was a pallet sticking out of the ground at right angles and a huge number of pizza boxes scattered all around. Rubbing his head, he rose groggily to his feet and started to dust off his sneakers and try to get his sticky spines back in shape. Sonic always did the important stuff first. The patter of not-so-tiny pink paws brought him to his senses. A large group of rats had turned up, somehow knowing exactly where to find him, and they were busy carting off the pizzas down into the mound Stevie the Mole had made, and presumably on down into the Undercity. The Capone towered over him, accompanied by a haughty-looking girl rat with a funny feathery scarf and something silk wrapped around her, idly fingering a big diamond ring on her left paw. These are the olivist. Oh, actually, should I do this in a sort of a more... These are the olivist, olive-heavy, olive-rich pizzas we've seen for a long time, deservedly so-called world-famous hedgehog, with a very acceptable amount of cheese and anchovy. I think we just cut ourselves a deal, Buster. That's supposed to be Godfather, and it didn't work.
I got where you were going. I was just so startled by the different accent. I can't.
The rat babe cooed into Capone's ear, and I'm not doing an accent for her. Oh, Dolores says your spikes look really grotty, dude. Sonic groaned. All this for a few hundred pizzas, and his spikes still stuck solidly to his back with the last of the congealed tomato puree. Sometimes life was really hard being a heroic blue hedgehog.
Whoa! Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh, and there's a thing here which is... I completely forgot about this. There is a thing here which... I suppose it must be the closest that Fleetway ever gets to something like the Robotnik show.
Oh? The Robotnik show. Oh.
Duck 32.
Where?
Let me just... let's see where we should jump in. Okay, yes. Let's say halfway down page 130. There's a break there.
Oh, man. All right, I forgot about this. It's been a while. Oh, you got some totally radical things going on. Because we're nearing the end of the book.
Oh, man.
Yep, only about 40 pages off now.
Right. I mean, should we just skip quite
Oh, no, you want to do this scene.
Yeah. Where are we? Tails lamented. He'd never been anywhere like this before. So Tails is back. It's fine.
Oh yeah, because Sonic delivered the pizza, so they let him go.
Right. He and Sonic had burst out of the metal hatches at the top of the duct, raced along what had seemed like kilometers of narrow cable ducts, and finally opened a metal grill and found themselves in a metal room covered in pipes and wires. In front of them was a door with a large red bulb glowing brightly outside it, and a panel which read, "Studio engaged." Studio, huh? Must be some kind of painter or artist, I suppose. They have studios, don't they? Sonic didn't know much about art, but he knew what he liked. And he didn't like the peculiar sounds coming from the radio on the wall opposite him.
Oh man, no! Oh, it's a bloody good job we didn't skip this.
This is Radio Fish on 222 AM, broadcasting the groovy sounds of the metropolis. Now it's DJ Mark Dweeb with Robot Fun Time for all you hard workers out there. They misspelled the word place.
No, they haven't. They haven't.
What is that?
It's places in a fish. Keep going.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah, keep going.
Same place, same time on 222. Eel, keep you amused. Oh my god. Here's our first tuna. We'll keep rapping by Dickie Snapper and the Sharks. What is this drivel? Tails wondered. Dunno. Really roady, though. Never mind that. Let's see what's behind this other door. Sonic accelerated into door crashing mode. It always seemed easier than just opening them somehow, and it was always far more fun. The lights were very bright in the room beyond, and Sonic had to blink a few times to take in the scene around him. It was very strange. He couldn't see all of the room, because beyond a ring of very powerful lights, there was just darkness. But in the middle of the lights, he could see a whole bunch of video cameras standing on tripods. They were all pointed at a couple of very expensive and luxurious leatherette chairs. In one of the chairs, a weird-looking robot was sitting. It was vaguely human-shaped, and it seemed to have been sprayed with latex or something like that. It had a ridiculously over-perfect human face and was dressed in a very expensive suit. Sonic was fazed by that. In his experience, robots didn't wear suits. The robot looked vaguely startled for a second, and then grinned very wildly. It had an infinite number of absurdly white teeth. Is this based on someone specific?
I don't think it is. I think it's just generic chat show host.
Okay. Good evening, fans. This is Bobby Smile, master of charm and smarm, bringing you tonight's Chat with Smile. Somewhere in the darkness... Oh, wait. That's not his line.
Yeah, that's the narrator.
Somewhere in the darkness, applause burst out. It lasted for 1 to 2 seconds and then stopped abruptly, as if someone had turned off a switch. And tonight's first guest is, Sonic thought he could see little trickles of oil coming from the robot's joints, and he didn't like it much. But he'd figured it out now. This was a video studio, a chat show, and he was going to be the star. Swaggering forward and bowing to the audience, he thought must be there. He plonked himself in the chair next to Smiley. Sonic's the name, Bobby. Sonic the Hedgehog, world-famous super dude. Yeah, Sonic. Well, welcome to the show, Sonic. The robot was clearly confused. And, what's it like being such a blue dude, then? Well, Bobby, I have to say that my agent says it's a cool image, and, it's just me being myself, dude. Yeah, great. Well, Sonic, how about the new movie you're making with ace director Clint Deadbrain? And are those rumors about you and your leading starlet true? Well, Barry, I have to say that Clint is the best director I've ever had the pleasure of working with. He's one radical dude, yeah?
Oh, burn coming up.
He's sure come on a lot since he did that pathetic movie with that dumb, fat Italian waiter or whatever he was. Now, Clint's real cool about his choice of characters to work with. Sonic was babbling the kind of drivel he'd seen on TV and video. It seemed to be working. Getting into this, it seemed a good idea at first, but now he was beginning to wonder. Oh, and Barry, we radical hedgehog superstars never kiss and tell, right?
Tails was horrified. He realised that somewhere in the metropolis, one of Robotnik's minions would surely be monitoring this show. The mad scientist would soon send some humongous force of robots to destroy them. He had to get Sonic out of the studio somehow. But he couldn't just rush it right in and drag him out. That would make matters even worse. Desperately racking his brains, he was infuriated by the garbage coming from the radio. Now for the heart of herring, just turn Mark Dweeb up, 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 and let's rock and roll. Another awful record began to play, then it began to slow down and stopped. Then there was a moment of merciful silence, and then, sorry about that, Groovo dudes. We didn't do it on purpose. We'll try to put things right as soon as possible. What is all this stuff about fish? Tails wondered. Then he took a closer look at the radio. I'm going to do this next bit as well, because like the last page. Tails raced into the studio. He was overexcited and he didn't care about making things worse now. He reckoned things couldn't get much worse anyway. Bobby Smile looked up in alarm. Emergency message for Superstar Sonic. Red hot property up and coming director Tux Iceberg needs to contact him for an ace new movie now. Tails jumped up and down and tried to drag Sonic out of his chair. Sonic resisted at first and then shook his head as if clearing his mind. Tux who? Tux? Hey Bobby, it's been really great and I mean that most sincerely, but the world of tinsel and glitter beckons, and hey dude, when you gotta go, right? Adios nuchos, nachos. Hasta les pasta, or whatever they say down there. Bye! Accompanied by another deafening round of canned applause, Sonic dashed off with Tails back into the darkness off stage. What on Mobius were you doing, Sonic? Now Robotnik's bound to know we're here. Whoa, sorry little dude, but it was kind of fun. Hey, you said Tux? Yeah. Look at that radio. Sonic looked carefully. The radio was black and white, and down its side it had kind of flipper-shaped designs, and if you looked really carefully at the yellow tuner dial, there was something which looked suspiciously like a beak. Sonic stared for a moment, unsure of exactly what it was he was meant to be looking at. Then it hit him. Oh, heinous! You mean that is our penguin-style friend? Listen, but not for long, we don't have much time. After a few more jingles and intros in which the names of fish were conspicuously present, Sonic looked aghast. There was no doubt about it. It really is him. He's been transmogrified into a radio. That is terrible news. Well, Birdie, we've got to go. Grab that penguin radio and let's head on out. There's no time to waste. So let's for those keeping score so far, we've had a toaster, a coffee circulator, a radio, a mop. And given that chapter 23 is entitled Quick Escape with the Vacuum Pig, we can probably guess what Polka got turned into as well.
Man, Sally doesn't get turned into anything, does she?
No, she doesn't. We don't find out what Sally was supposed to be.
We gotta track down and figure out what she would be. Maybe she would have become Yo Nicole.
She becomes a handheld.
I think we can skip over 23, and we can skip over I think most of 24. There's a chapter break at the end of 143. So if we start at page 144, I'll let you read this one.
Okay. Okay. So what? The name of this particular chapter is that robots got problems, which isn't very funny. Okay. Oh no. There's something wrong with my circuits. Egor panicked to himself. What's happening to me? He tried to find Dr. Robotnik, but Robotnik wasn't in his office. The computer flashed up a message about him being out directing a new play. Egor was very confused. By swiftly checking where Robotnik's robot hit squads had been dispatched, he tracked down his master. I must do something to please the master, Egor thought. I know, I'll destroy that Sonic the Hedgehog pest. Hedgehog's not capitalized. That'll get me back in his good books, if he has any good books. Taking the transmogrifying ray gun prototype, Egor clenched the doorway. Passing through hatches and passages without encountering anyone or anything, the robot finally stood outside a building for the first time in his robotic life and headed down the roboway to the media center. He fantasized about becoming a major robot movie star, maybe like Robot De Niro.
God.
Nope.
No.
That happened.
Yep.
That worried him a little as well. Everything seemed to be worrying him at the moment. Good robots weren't supposed to want to be movie stars, not if they worked in Dr. Robotnik's computer centers. He was too late. He got to the media studios just as Sonic and Tails left Robotnik, and his bots scattered and confused. Watching from a distance, well outside the dust cloud, Agor marched off to one side and observed carefully where Sonic and Tails flew off to. Purposely clanking his way through the endless underpasses of the metropolis, Agor advanced on his prey. Master would forgive him for his malfunctions. Master would be happy with him. He'd be upgraded, and as a Mark II Agor, everything would be all right. Probably. Oh man, he's going through some E102 stuff.
Keep going. There's only like another 2 pages in this chapter.
Okay. Sonic and Tails reviewed the messages Porker had spread in fine dust lines all over the floor he had cleaned so perfectly. Because he's a vacuum. Porker clearly made an excellent cleaning device, which wasn't all that surprising, given his personality. So, Flicky has been turned into a popcorn cooker and dispenser over at the Grottorama Cinema. What a life. And Joe Sushi is a console? Oh, no. Seems unlikely, doesn't it? But I bet we get lots of extra lives and replays if we played on him. Despite himself, Tails was rather looking forward to the idea. He was also getting very restless, and he wanted to come down. Sonic had made him perch really high up on the top of a stack of crates right by the entrance. From up there, he could read the letters Porker had spelled out more easily. "Can I come down now?" he pleaded. "Wait a minute! There might be something else we could ask Porker." Sonic stopped to think for a second. This time, it was a good idea. There was a clanking noise from the doorway. Silhouetted in the darkness stood Agor with the transmogrifying gun pointed right at Sonic. "Master is good. I shall please, Master. Now you will be a harmless toaster again." The startled hedgehog was already caught in the ray, paralyzed. The shape of a toaster was already beginning to appear. Tails leapt down from the boxes and knocked Agor over with a rather splendid flying dropkick, which seemed to indicate that, if heroing ever dried up, Tails always had a career to fall back on as a professional wrestler. As the robot
Tails to the WWE.
He'd go up against El Gran Gordo. As the robot fell to the ground with a very surprised expression on his metal face, Tails grabbed the ray gun and switched it frantically to reverse. The ray seemed almost to invert itself, but then it flickered and went out. "Oh no! Oh no! Sonic, buddy!" Tails was distraught. It was cool! His pal was behind him, and even the most casual of relieved glances could tell he was the same old Sonic we all know and love. "I'm okay! Well done!" "And I'm okay too," beamed Porker Lewis happily, back to his old self. "And me too," piped up Tux, surprisingly, plainly no longer a radio. "I'm not. I'm really smelly, and it's just been awful being a broom. The things I've had to clean up." Oh no. Johnny Lightfoot groaned, holding his now fully restored nose. He's had a lot to deal with.
He has.
He's been a mop. He's had to clean who knows what in Robotnik's base. And in Fleetway, he got shot and killed. Oh, wait. Well, he got attacked. Yeah. All right, spoilers. Sorry. He died in Fleetway. Spoilers.
Oh, man.
Tails, behind you! Sonic was already racing to defend his friend from the advancing Agor. But strangely, the robot stood still in mid-pace. It spoke very slowly and seemed to be arguing with itself. Bad robot, Master will be angry. Oh, that's one cool babe. No, oh, yes. Oh, no.
Alright, bear with me while I try and start another game up here. Assuming I can anyway, because I kind of got stuck in...
It's gone crazy! The spray must be melting down or something.
There we go. Okay, I'm good.
Okay. Quick, let's smash it! Tails yelled eagerly. No! Sonic was insistent. Look, it's Robotnik's pet laboratory robot, right? I bet he's got some specially horrible traps inside it. Maybe bombs or something. It's too dangerous. Let's just leave it here. We've got to find our other friends. The animals scattered through the back door, leaving the muttering robot and the ruined ray gun behind them. Alone again, Agor tried to engage his amnesia circuits. It was the best defense he had, but he still couldn't wipe that one squirrelish face from his memory. Clunking slowly away, he began to stagger back to Robotnik's laboratory. If only Sonic and Tails had followed him, they'd have known exactly where that was, of course. But their minds were full of friends who were popcorn toasters, and let's face it, when your mind is full of something like that, the easy logical stuff tends to go out of the window. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. Sally. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. Making Sally. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. She's not a princess in this. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo.
I can skip over a bunch of 25. I mean, we've got the pun list of puns here. Like, listen to this list of movies in the Robotnik Studios. We've got A Fistful of Robots, so a few robots more.
Okay, that's
this
good.
one with Robot De Niro in it, or perhaps All Robotnik's Men with Robot Redford. But we can't get in because they've all got R certificates. Robots only. When Sonic finds the popcorn dispenser, described as a large and only very slightly bird-like popcorn dispenser.
Oh man, there's more movies. The triple bill for the all-night show. Ball Hog Heroes, Return of the Turtleoids, and Hedgehog Apocalypse.
Whoops, I don't think Sonic's going to like that one. It's like he's not going to be watching it. Let's jump to top of page 150.
The top of page 150. Hold on. Oh yeah, I guess that's where I am.
Yeah, actually, it starts right at the bottom, 149, so I'll do that. Back outside, Sonic and Tails watch their friends enter, and after a few minutes, they guess that they must be safe and secure in the stores by now. But hey, they weren't to know that the metal cinema chairs provided for robots were incredibly uncomfortable. Behind them, an ominous clanking sound clanked ominously. As it does. Oh no, more robots, Tails groaned. He was getting more than a bit fed up of being chased all over the place by Robotnik's henchbots. Quick, in here, Sonic urged, grabbing Tails by the paw and dragging him into the main street. Just past the Grody Plaza, there was a console arcade, where Sonic and Tails hid behind the machines as the phalanx of hunting grounders crunched past. Have they gone now? Tails whispered after a few minutes. Guess so. Who cares? Don't disturb me. I'm about to get a new high score here, Sonic grinned. His fingers were flicking furiously at the control pad, racing his aquatic bike through and under the water zones of the game. It wasn't a patch on a really good game like, well, you know what. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink to the audience there. But it kept him amused for a few minutes. New high score, 994,900. Your name, please? The console flickered. Sonic just couldn't resist it. There were times when he was just a little bit too proud of himself. In the metropolis, so close to Robotnik's home, it was a really dumb thing to do to input his own name, but sometimes the hero's massive ego must be satisfied. Sonic, the world famous hedgehog, he typed in. Hell, Sonic, is that really you? This is Joe. I'm trapped inside this console. Awesome, exclaimed Sonic, and Tails jumped up to see what all the fuss was about. Sonic usually played on consoles rather than dismantling them, but this was an emergency. Looking carefully around to make sure he wasn't about to get thrown out of the arcade by a burly bouncer bot, he detached the console from its wall mountings with a powerful heave. Hoisting the machine onto its back, he yelled at Tails, Yo, bring our popcorn-serving transmogrified bird friend and let's make tracks, dude. That just leaves Chirps. Oh, Chirps. Oh, Chirps. Hey, we're doing very well, aren't we, Sonic? Tails was excited, flushed with success. Yeah, but there's also the minor matter of finding the dastardly robotics master laboratory, Sonic reminded him. So we're going to have to head for the centre of the city. And we're going to have to leave to bring Joe and Flicky with us. We can't leave them behind. Robotnik's laboratory is the only place we know we can get them untransmogrified. But we still don't know where Chirps is. We don't know what Chirps is. I've never heard of that planet Kentucky Porker told us about. Me neither. Let's just hope Robotnik hasn't already sent him off in a spaceship. Oh, that heinously bad dude. Well, little furry buddy of mine, this is it now. The final march. Center of the city, here we come.
Whoosh! Oh. Wait, I might need to run off for a moment.
Okay, any moment.
Well, I don't know, actually. It might be a little bit longer than a moment.
Do we want to try and pause for the night and pick up some other time, or like?
Okay, it's so close to the end.
Yeah,
I
we
know.
are like less than 20 pages now.
All right. I mean, unless I just abandon it and you finish it, Overlord.
Yeah, I can finish it, I guess.
All right.
I don't know. I guess something came up and I have to like disappear. And I'll be back probably in like 20 minutes, but I know you got to go to bed.
Mm.
And I'm getting to the
Yeah,
point where I
it's
need to
probably-
eat because I'm starving. But
yeah.
yeah, let's go ahead and try and finish it up.
Okay.
All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna abandon you, but
Catch up with the VOD later.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry. All right. I'll oh man, Sonic the Hedgehog. Good luck.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
I'm just gonna yell. Well, yeah. I
All
mean,
right.
if there's a stream still going, I will jump back in a little bit. But
Okay, no.
All right.
Cool.
okay.
Sure.
Oh wait, is PCO still in here?
Yo, I'm just kind of chilling out here in the background, like getting wasted. Listen to you guys fucking talk about this fucking Sonic story shit.
Well, there you go.
I know I definitely need to listen into the VOD when I get a chance. And my apologies to these games just blurting sound so as fucking loud as it possibly can, which I can fucking hear too because I got headphones on.
Oh,
But anyway,
Right. Okay, let's see. Where should I resume? Looking at chapter 26. Thing is, I know exactly which bit I want to resume from. I've just got to find. Okay, from here.
Yeah.
oh, still in. Have fun with Sonic.
All right, Sonic.
Okay, so chapter 26 is entitled "Rescue That Space Chicken."
Space.
But we're gonna jump in a little way. So there's a little bit about Robotnik getting really angry, saying that they've got to finish the machine by 8 o'clock, or Ego will be melted down for scrap, and he knows that that's not going to happen. He says, "This is impossible." Ego thought to himself, "I can do some of it, but not all. No matter how many robots I bring into the laboratory. So tomorrow I'm going to be melted down for scrap metal. Tomorrow I won't exist anymore." A tiny drop of oil trickled from the corner of one of his eyes. Poor Ego.
Won't exist. God damn.
I don't think this is going to work. I mean, it's too obvious. Tails clanked along in his robot suit. Why? We've been back to that warehouse twice, and there haven't been any ambushes or traps. Sonic looked resplendent in the shiniest, smoothest coconut suit he'd been able to find. He wasn't too happy about that, because it did flatten his super cool spikes somewhat, but sacrifices had to be made when the chips were down. Yeah, I suppose so. I can't understand that, though. After we left that Egot robo there, I expected he'd have raised an alarm and the place would be swarming with badniks. Tails was puzzled. Well, Sunny said he was a funny kind of robot, like he had some kind of personality or something. Yeah, but you know how some people are. They get sentimental about stuff like that. Tails sniffed a little derisively. Well, maybe, but I don't think they easily get sentimental about something that's kept them in a cage and given them boiled turnip tops to eat, Sonic replied acidly. Sally's a smart cookie. Anyway, here are the main gates. Just act real and natural, dude. They clanked safely through the security gate and were standing still, looking around to see where the best point of entry was, when a huge slicer ran up to them. It took all of their willpower not to run or to smash the thing. A voice synthesizer and the huge insect-like slicer yelled a command at them. You, auxiliary guard duty, base C. Abandon all previous duties. Report for anti-hedgehog duty. That is a level 1 priority override command. Move it! Sonic and Tails turned and walked in the direction the slicer pointed. Bay C was an enormous ship bay with a pair of egomatics, escaped capsules, and what looked like parts of a new wing fortress under construction. It was also some distance away from the centre of the laboratory, which was plain to see. Well, at least we're inside, Sonic whispered when it was safe. If we just clank up and down, round and round the bay, we won't look too out of place. Then we can find out where it looks best to go next. Look, Sonic, Tails blurted. Sonic clapped a metal hand over his friend's mouth. Shut up, dude. I mean, sorry for being so rude. And that's how you know this isn't specifically the Fleetway version of Sonic, because he apologised. But you really shouldn't use our real names. Let's use some really bogus ones, like, I'm R2-P2 and you're C4FO, right? Okay, Son, I mean R2-P2, but look over there, it's Chirps. Sonic turned his head slowly in what he imagined was a fair approximation to robot movement. Across the bay, in what looked like a small egomatic, sat a chicken. Strangely, it was wearing a shiny foil spacesuit. Okay, dude, let's walk to one side, slowly and deliberately. Like this. Follow me, Sonic said as he clanked off to the far wall. Tails followed dutifully, and then Sonic arced around and headed for the ship. The other robots buzzing and swarming around didn't react. So far, so neat. Inside his little craft, Chirps was singing a happy little song. He smiled when the transparent dome on top of his craft was opened, though he didn't much care for the robots which were peering in at him. They looked kind of wrong somehow. One of them grabbed him and put his hand over his beak. That wasn't very polite at all. Listen, Chirps, I'm Sonic in a robot suit. This is Tails in a robot suit. We've come to rescue you. Sonic let his hand go just a little from the chicken's beak. Hello there, Sonic, Chirps said merrily. Not here, buddy. I'm R2-P2. Sonic tried to pull a serious face to show how important the code was. Well, R2-P2, I'm going to be a space chicken. I'm being sent to the planet Kentucky at 0900 tomorrow, whatever that is. Tails gasped. He had just seen the temperature control dial on the outside of the capsule. Chirps, have you noticed that your spacesuit, Sonic began, trying to be tactful about matters? Yeah, wild, isn't it? It's radiation resistant. That's why it's so shiny. That's what they said, Chirps preened himself. No, it isn't, Chirps. It's kitchen foil. And have you noticed that bag of, stuff behind you? Sonic pointed to the yellow-brown bag behind Chirps. Yes, that's radiation-resistant insulating space dust. It's to keep me safe and warm inside my shiny suit. Sonic sighed. This wasn't going as easily as he'd hoped. Not quite, Chirps. It's actually a mixture of breadcrumbs and spices made to Dr. Robotnik's own secret recipe. Okay. Sonic, FO2 over whatever you are today. What are you trying to say? Chirps was confused. Chirps, Tails said sadly. There's also a temperature dial on the outside of your oven, ship. It starts at low and goes right up to high. In the middle, it has settings for self-basting, old broiler, and quick roast. Do I need to say any more? Chirps sat with his beak in his claws. You mean that? Yes. After Robotnik found out that you didn't lay eggs, he was going to get a meal out of you another way. Oh, that hateful, deceiving, lying man, Chirps snarled. Well, of course he's a hateful, deceiving, lying man. He's Robotnik, you thick chicken. Sonic wished he'd held his tongue there. That was a bit rude. But it wasn't really poor Chirps' fault that he was in this predicament. And just let him cook him.
Oh my God.
Look, Chirps, I'm really sorry. But Tails here and I have to destroy this mega humongous laboratory and, well, there's some real stress involved in being a super dude when your spiky back is up against the wall, right? Now listen, we've rescued everyone else. Sally's safe at home. The others are here in Metropolis. Flicky and Joe are stuffed inside these robot suits. Chirps looked at Sonic, his head tilted to one side with curiosity. Are you certain, Sonic? There isn't room, surely. Joe's a walrus. He'd never fit inside either of you. The details aren't important right now. Just trust us. Now, Are you absolutely sure that it was 9 o'clock tomorrow when you were going to be sent on your space trip? This is important. Absolutely sure. That must mean that Robotnik was going to have him for lunch tomorrow, Tails said quietly. It wasn't quite quiet enough. Chirps's lower beak quivered slightly. It was pathetic to see. Don't worry, it's not going to happen. None of a pair of awesomely bodacious superheroes can stop it. We can't take us with you now, Chirps. We've got to find a way out of returning Flicky and Joe to their real forms. But we'll be back long before lunchtime. Launch time. Trust me, dude. Sonic reached out with a metal hand and gripped Chirp's uncertain claw. So let's sit tight and wait for us to return triumphant. He closed the dome of the capsule quietly. Chirps looked fairly agitated inside. Now let's hope he doesn't panic, Sonic said grimly. On the wall, one of the ever-present digital clocks read 02:27. It was a lot later than he'd thought, and he didn't like that at all. Poor Chirps. He doesn't even get transmogrified, he just gets cooked.
Jesus.
Can I just take a moment to reflect on the phrase awesome, bodacious superheroes? Holy shit.
Oh dear. Right, now we're going to skip on a little bit into chapter 27, Scrambled Egor.
I'll try a different game here.
Which is going to explain why he's got the hots for Sally Acorn.
Ooh.
Spoilers. So that's it, is it? It's horrible. Tails shuddered at the sight that greeted them. Our heroes now found themselves standing on a huge circular balcony above a gigantic crystal dome. Inside that dome was the transmogriplex itself. A knobbled cylinder, 50 or 60 meters long. It looked like the spine of some enormous extinct dinosaur-like creature. Spreading from the spine were perhaps 50 or 60 long, slender, slightly bumpy radiating rods. They were connected to each other by leathery strands of some fibrous material. At one end of the spine, there was a lumpy, vaguely egg-shaped mass. It looked like some kind of brain. The whole assembly seemed to be something halfway between a dinosaur and an enormous bat. It glowed with a sinister green light. Looking up, Tails and Sonic could see that there was no ceiling. Looking down, they saw that below the domed horror there were thousands of mental cantilevers and struts. Excuse me a moment.
Sure thing.
Where am I? This. Clearly, the plan was going to be to raise the thing into the sky, far above ground level, so it could spread its force field out over the whole of Mobius. Now, dude, we aren't going to be able to just smash that thing in our usually bodacious manner. Even a trigger-happy hedgehog could see there was no way he could just smash, stomp, or crash this crazy machine into pieces. The dome looked awfully strong, and Sonic was sure that as soon as anything, including him, especially him, touched it, every robot in the entire place would be here within seconds. There had to be a way to get at some weak points somewhere, and that meant some radically thorough checking out before some awesome super spinning or anything like that was called for. Amazing, isn't it? They looked up in utter surprise at the voice which had somehow got so close to them without their realizing it. As one, Sonic and Tails groaned. They were looking down the barrel of a transmogrifying ray gun. Again. At the other end, with his metal hand on the trigger, stood Egor. Again. He didn't seem terribly steady on his feet, but that's no reason for arguing with a robot. Not when he has a killer weapon in his hand and it's pointing right at your head. Don't move. I have you surrounded. Egor seemed to be speaking rather slowly, as if he was having to really concentrate on saying the words. Tails looked askance at Sonic. How can you surround anything? He challenged Egor. You're only one robot. You need lots of robots to surround something. Egor thought about it for a moment. I think it's something I saw on a video once. It's what they say when the good guys are captured by the bad guys, isn't it? Sonic knew something was seriously wrong with this robot, but as he was staring down the barrel of an intensely paralyzing weapon, he didn't dare move a muscle. So you admit we're the good guys then? He asked innocently. Perhaps there was some chance of talking his way out of the situation. Of course not. Now put your hands on your head. Slow, real slow. That's good. Now I am going to turn you into a toaster. Nothing happened. Eggle wasn't pressing the trigger. Crikey, this is radically weird, Sonic thought. What is happening with this robot? It was about time he took a chance. No, Robotnik, don't turn him into scrap metal, he yelled, staring at a point somewhere behind Eggle. It was a ridiculously old trick, and it worked. Plainly, Eggle hadn't seen as many movies as he should have. Eggle half turned around, and in that instant, Sonic accelerated faster than a hedgehog really ought to. Well, you know how it is. A second slice of being a toaster wasn't something to look forward to. Sonic hit Eggle full pelt and the robot dropped the ray gun, but just before he did so, his finger squeezed the trigger by pure reflex. Yeah, unlucky. The ray hit the shiny floor. It bounced up onto the ceiling, angled down over the balcony, and hit the crystal dome. It bounced up off the angled facets of the dome, hit the ceiling again, and bounced back down, and struck Eggle full in the chest. The robot split apart with a great sigh. Sonic leapt back, afraid of being struck by the last of the dissipating ray, and then looked down in amazement at what lay on the floor before him. Eggle had been transmogrified into scrap metal, more or less. The remains of his shattered metal body were scattered all over the balcony, and one or two fragments drifted down over the railings and bounced harmlessly off the dome far below. And in the middle of a twisted mass of metal, rubbing his head and feeling extremely confused, sat a very sleek and handsome-looking red squirrel. All together now. Ah.
Aww.
So yeah, he had the hots for Sally because he's also a squirrel.
Oh. Huh. Convenient?
There's some basic plot here saying that he can't really remember much,
Yeah.
but Robotnik captured him, one of his early experiments into the transmogrification principle, and he can't remember his name either. So Sonic decides to keep calling him Eggle, which he isn't pleased about, but he decides to do it anyway. What about this? Tails was holding the ray gun. On the floor in front of him stood a console. Does it still work? Sonic asked. There's only one way to find out. Well, we're going to have to do it sometime, so it may as well be now. Tails hefted the ray gun, then had a thought. Hey, you better put Flicky down here too. We don't know how much juice this gun has got left. Sonic placed the popcorn dispenser next to the console. Tails pressed the trigger and fell over backwards as the gun gave a violent recoil. Bathing Joe and Flicky's forms in its green ray, it spluttered and coughed and the ray faded to nothingness. The barrel of the gun cracked. It was clearly broken. But it had done its job. A confused bluebird and walrus sat on the floor in front of their buddies. So then they try squeezing chirps into the capsule. So they put chirps in the capsule, and Joe and Flicky also get squeezed into the oven along with him.
Oh,
as you do, just for somewhere to put them. It says, "Look, buddy, we managed to sneak them past the robot guards. That was one bodaciously daring action in itself. We had to hide them somewhere. That clock says 03:58, and Eggle said that Robotnik is going to start his inspections in just over 3 hours, which gives us way enough time, provided nothing delays us. So it's time to give Robotnik his final surprise." Let's see, where should we resume? Here we go. Into the elevator, Eggle yelled. "I've cut off the protective force field around the transmograplex. We can destroy it now." The three of them rushed for the narrow, cramped elevator, and Eggle pressed the lowest button on the panel. The lift descended jerkily for some 10 meters and then stopped. It was stuck fast. "Oh no!" Tails groaned in frustration. "No way. We've come all this way and we are not going to be stopped by a dorky little elevator with an attitude problem." Sonic yelled. He bunched himself up on the top and took a flying leap on the hatch on the top. It flew apart and Sonic disappeared into the darkness of the elevator shaft. "Oh no, what's happened to him?" Eggle groaned. From above, the sound of a hedgehog working frantically to fix a jammed pulley and chain let them know that Sonic was doing just fine. The elevator cranked back into life and continued going down. The doors hissed at the basement level and Sonic jumped back down into it and out through the doors. Which way now? Like, which way is it, dude? Sonic was almost bouncing off the walls. This was the big one. Through there, Egor pointed to the entry doors to the enormous Transmogroplex dome. The squirrel was looking frantically around in all directions. He really wasn't used to this kind of adventure, not being a super dude, and he couldn't believe he was still in one piece. Bust out! Way to go! Sonic smashed through the doors into the dome, but even he stopped in his tracks when confronted by the sheer size and awfulness of the Transmogroplex. Its green glow was dimmed, but it was enormous, and while Sonic wanted to start smashing the central spine into tiny fragments, he was just a little apprehensive of what would happen when he first jumped onto the horror. He knew that Tails and Egor were uncertain. He had to give them a lead. He was the leader, and he had to show them what to do here. It was hero time! Tails, after me when you know it's safe. He leapt onto the machine. Then everything went black. Oops. Dun dun dun.
Oh no. I'm struggling to try and pay attention to the story and deal with this friggin' stream. I love it when a game starts off with licensed music and I gotta just quickly mute it so that it doesn't blow you guys out or anything like that. So I apologize.
I'm trying to decide because we've got 2 more chapters left now.
Alright.
Last 2 chapters. Let's see, where should I resume from? Oh, I can do chapter 29 in its entirety, actually. It's not that long.
Alright.
Tails and Egor looked with utter dismay at what was bouncing around inside the dome. Like the ball in a pinball machine, the Sonic toaster was flying off the facets of the dome, bouncing down and striking Transmogroplex, then flying crazily off at a wild tangent only to be struck back again. Excuse me. Part of the time, what was flying around was Sonic. Part of the time, it was a toaster.
Oh.
Uh-oh, said Tails unnecessarily. It's okay, Egor muttered. Look, bits are breaking off the Transmogroplex. When it's destroyed, the energy will be gone and Sonic will return to his normal form. I think. Maybe. Egor looked on as spellbound as Tails. Far above them, the dome began to crack. A little fissure appeared in its surface and began to spread along the crystal, just as the spine of the machine below was beginning to crack. But suddenly, there was something else there. The dome opened just a little at the top, and into it flew a black Egg-O-Matic steered by an all-too-familiar figure. An all-too-familiar egg-shaped figure with a big moustache. Clearly some alarm system had been tripped and woken Robotnik up to what was happening in his laboratory. Oh no, it's... Tails began. You! Robotnik screamed madly. He launched a salvo of missiles at Sonic. Egg-shaped flying bombs streaked from the front of the black flying ship and streaked across the sky at Sonic. It was, as it turned out, a very dumb move indeed. The Sonic toaster swerved in mid-spin and only narrowly missed being egged to death. It was enough, however. Below him, the first egg bomb hit the Transmogroplex. One of the side rods snapped off and flew up into the air with the force of the explosion underneath it. Hitching a ride on the rod was Sonic, back in hedgehog form, lifted clear away from the dissipating green flow of the machine. The rod flew towards the black Egg-O-Matic, and with one final humongous leap, Sonic landed right beside Robotnik in the cockpit. Struggling with the mad scientist, Sonic struck out at the control panel of the flying machine, not minding which buttons he pressed. The Egg-O-Matic turned over and started to fly along upside down. In the cramped cockpit, Sonic held on for dear life. Robotnik struggled and wobbled. He was fat enough to jam himself safely into the cockpit seat, but he was panicking, and his struggles made things worse. With a final ultimate "No!" he fell out of the cockpit. He dropped like a rat down a drain pipe. A very large rat in a quite spectacularly huge drain pipe, that is. Robotnik hit the transmogrifier just as its spine finally gave up the fight to stay in one piece and fell apart. What remained of Robotnik lay in the wreckage of the shattered machine, in the last of the green glow for all to see. His own machine had turned him into an enormous egg timer. It rattled and wobbled from side to side for a while, and then stood still. 3 happy people cheered loudly. It was over. The machine was destroyed, and Robotnik was defeated in a way not even Sonic and Tails had expected. However, Sonic was still in the Eggomatic, which was beginning to veer out of control. It began to descend, gliding at first, but then gaining speed and obviously about to crash land. Sonic leapt out just in time and landed not far from Eggor and Tails. The wobbling, out-of-control ship flew on past them and crashed into the huge doors far across the chamber. An enormous explosion ripped apart an entire wall, and plumes of fire and smoke poured into the ruins of the Transmograplex. Alarm bells rang, buzzers and sirens wailed, but beyond the ripped-out walls, Sonic and the others could see robots flying and meandering around quite aimlessly. There was no one to control them now. No one was going to come and harass our heroes. Robotnik wasn't going to be issuing any orders for a while, and the computer centre was as big a mess as the one they were in the middle of now. Sonic addressed his pals. Dudes and buddies, we have to find a chicken shortly prior to takeoff, and then we have to go and see the end of a movie to bring out our other friend dudes. Another totally radical success. Wipeout!
Yay!
Hey.
I'm just trying to decide how to read this last bit.
I'm still trying to figure out why all the bird people got, like, fucking murdered.
Let's see.
The hidden history of Bird Person Man.
Yeah.
It's about 4 pages, and then that's it. Yeah, I'll do it. Let's finish them all off. It was party time in the Green Hill Zone. Oh, this chapter is entitled "One Squirrel Too Many." It was party time in the Green Hill Zone. Everyone wanted to hear the story of the final defeat of Dr. Robotnik, and everyone was pretty happy that they weren't going to be transmogrified after all. It has to be said that not everyone present understood exactly what that meant, but it sounded pretty grim, and if Robotnik was behind it all, they were darned relieved that it wasn't going to happen to them. Cola and soda flowed in fizzy rivers. Pizza, burgers, fries, chips, nachos, and all matter of edible things were consumed in quantities even Sonic found amazing. And Robotnik's gone for good, Tails said happily, chomping on a treble cheeseburger with all the trimmings thrice. It was so large he could barely get his mouth to it, but he was sure as anything was going to give it a try. Somehow I don't think so, Sonic said. I don't mean to be a party pooper or bring everybody down or nothing, but I bet that heinous ratfink had some kind of way of saving himself from his own machine. Remember that his prototypes could have a reversed action, otherwise I'd still be a toaster, right? Something tells me that some nasty little robot somewhere is going to be able to return Robotnik to his true form. But he'll be out of action for quite some time. And talking of robots, Sonic muttered rather darkly, looking around. It was the one thing that hadn't quite worked out right. Everyone was glad that Eggor had been moved to his returned to his proper form. But Sonic and Tails were quite miffed that he was such a handsome dude of a squirrel. The reason was sitting just a few meters away. So you still can't remember what happened to you before Robotnik imprisoned you inside that robot? Oh, you poor thing, said Sally, stroking the fur on his forehead. Well, Sally, it's really hard, you know. I think my name was Valentino. Oh, that's such a romantic name. Sally's eyes got wider. Yes, and you know, it was you who saved Mobius, really. Valentino stared deep into her eyes. What? How? Sally was really excited. Well, you were what made me stop behaving like a robot. I kept thinking about you. I used to keep looking at your face on the monitors. I couldn't get you out of my mind. Then I knew I had a mind, and I couldn't be a robot. Sally blushed a deep crimson and bobbed her tail just a little. But how did that save the planet? She asked breathlessly. Because I didn't act like a robot anymore. I didn't activate the alarms when Sonic and Tails arrived, and I was able to make sure the defences of the machine were removed. I know I'm not a superhero or anything, but, well, I did my part. Valentino smirked just a little. That's wonderful, Sally beamed. You know, perhaps you are a real hero after all. Tails had sneaked up close enough to overhear most of that. Walking back to Sonic, he had a sour expression on his face. It's awful. He's just one squirrel too many. I mean, I know he helped us, but we'd have triumphed anyway. That's because we're totally triumphant super dudes. And he definitely isn't, Sonic snarled. And he's making up to Sally. She's our buddy. This is grotty. Shh, they're coming this way. Sally and Valentino walked past Sonic and Tails. Sally didn't say anything to them. She was too busy holding Valentino's hand and stroking his forehead. Well, if you don't know where you live, you'd better stay with me. I'll look after you while you try and remember everything about your past. Thank you so much. You're so kind and sweet. The squirrels walked off hand in hand into the distance. Yuck! I think I'm going to be sick. Tails made a face and stuck his tongue out. It's so tacky. Sonic was only half listening. Gazing into the distance, a smile was beginning to appear on his face. He could see someone appearing over the horizon, and he had a sudden intuition about why she might be here. There's nothing to smile about, Sonic. That Valentino, all the girls are looking at him, and we're the cool dudes around here. Don't look now, little buddy, but I think something rather interesting is about to happen. Well, cool. Would you like some of my best hazelnuts? Sally inquired. Valentino stretched out on a comfortable chair and held one paw to his head. Oh, thank you, but I'm feeling a little light-headed. You know, if you hadn't taken me in and cared for me, I don't know what would have happened to me. Sally rushed over to stroke Valentino's forehead again. I'll look after you for as long as you need me. And suddenly the front door to Sally's house flew open. In the doorway stood a furious-looking female red squirrel. She had curlers in her hair and a heavy frying pan in one of her paws.
Oh.
You! Here you are at last. You run away and leave me, and now what have you got to say for yourself? She raised the pan threateningly. Valentino cowered on the chair. But poor Valentino, he's been turned into a robot and he's got amnesia. Valentino? Valentino? His name's Kevin. Calls himself Valentino now, does he? You worthless rat. You run off and abandon us, and now I find you chatting away with this bimbo. How dare you? Sally leapt up angrily. Valentino cowered back a bit further into the armchair. Some more of his past life seemed to be coming back to him. No wonder he'd run away from home. Just before Robotnik had captured him, when a heavy pan clonked him right on the head, it all came back to him in one sudden horrible moment. And now we're on the last page.
All right.
You know, Tails, I don't think we're going to have any troubles with Valentino-type dweebs around here, Sonic said as he relaxed over his 5th chocolate soda of the day. In the distance, Kevin was running for dear life, being chased by a furious female squirrel armed with a pan, which had already given him a good couple of whacks on the forehead. Serves him right, Tails sniggered contentedly, feeling only the slightest bit guilty. Well, it's been a good day. Saved the planet again, defeated Robotnik, rescued our friends, business as usual for hero dudes like yours truly. Ah, here comes Sally, Sonic chortled. Sally's eyes were downcast and she didn't say anything. She just looked miserable and held her glass of soda tightly to her chest. Sonic theatrically slapped a hand across his forehead. Oh, he wailed. Oh, I don't feel well. I'm sort of light-headed. Would you cool my fevered brow, Sally? You're so kind and sweet. The trouble with some people, Sonic reflected as he wiped the last of the soda off his sticky spikes, is that they just don't have a sense of humour. The end.
Wow.
And yes, the punchline is spousal abuse.
Amazing.
Also, Sally Acorn is a bimbo.
Oh.
Apparently.
Apparently. And it's good timing, too, because this game, I got stuck in
It's
this
just
boss.
crashed.
Yeah, I got stuck in the boss, and then finally I catch up, and then just close the program. Close it. Okay. Sage 2016.
What?
What? It crashed. Sage 2016. Well, I guess.
All right, yeah. Just Big Sage 2016, I guess.
Yeah, I got nothing else. Like, all these games turned out to be from Red 16 or fucking whatever. I don't know. I don't know why.
Were you just looking for old fan games, or what were you looking for, man?
I was looking at like old fan games that I had on my hard drive here, and I played. I played through all of Sonic Time Attack, but like that was kind of it. Like that's.
Let me pull up a link here. You can stream. Go to stream like the browser part of like this page, so you can like see with the web page part.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a link here.
Well, at this point, I'm probably gonna end the stream in a bit, Because
Alright, never mind then.
I need dinner.
I need dinner.
Well, then fucking kill the stream, man. Go with some fucking dinner.
Like I definitely want to listen to this thing again because God, this story went. Where the fuck did it go, Overlord?
And this is an official story. Is that correct? This is official SEGA material. Yeah.
It is. Although I don't know what happened to Overlord.
Oh, Overlord. Yeah, he's fucking dead, man.
Sorry, what? Sorry, I missed that.
Whoa.
Like, I think
Sorry,
we need
go
to
on.
quickly reflect on this story before I put a lid on this. Because well, just to double check, this was an officially licensed Sega book, correct?
Yep. This has. I'm just looking for the actual Sega logo on it. Got Virgins because Virgin published it. Here we go. Sonic the Hedgehog and all other characters and settings from Sonic 1 and Sonic 2. Copyright Sega Enterprises Limited, 1991 and 1992. Licensed by Copyright Promotions Limited. Apparently, this book is apparently for Sarah Murphy for hundreds of reasons.
Oh man.
So let's get like a summary here. Sonic is turned to a fucking toaster. Is that what fucking happens here? Like,
well, the basic plot of the story is that Robotnik has invented this device that will essentially turn every animal onto Mobius into some sort of a machine or kitchen utensil or however you want to put it. So yeah, we've got toasters, coffee percolators, mops, radios, popcorn machine, a games console, you know.
I think there was a jab at Mario in there somewhere.
Yes, well, I think there's one in every book, actually.
Oh, dear God.
You haven't seen the list of video games in Sonic the Hedgehog and the Silicon Warriors.
Oh, man. That if I recall, the Silicon Warriors is like the gold mine of these, like, for these kind of books. Is that right?
Silicon Warriors is great because it's got this own section where it's got, like, essentially there's a parody of Sonic 2. Well, actually, no, I think it's just Sonic 1 because they make a jab at it, quote, only having part of Mobius in here. There's a couple of parodies of fighters from Street Fighter 2, except it's called Road Warrior 2. There's a parody of Frogger. There's a bunch of different things in it, yeah. Yeah, you've got this one with the transmogrification stuff. Book 2 is a really good story about time travel, actually. Time travel and temporal paradoxes. Book 3 is Silicon Warriors, which basically they get sucked inside a computer and all the stuff regards to that. And then in book 4, it's sort of a monster movie. There's a Frankenstein.
So fucking look at this straight. So he gets turned to a toaster. A monkey scientist, is that what fucking happened? Determines that Sonic is inside the toaster by jamming waffles into him.
Yeah, using a waffle firing code.
And then he turns him into a gun? Is that what fucking happened?
Yeah, essentially like he jury rigs him with a battery so that he can you fire waffles at people, and the waffles have so much power they can break down doors.
And then all the birds they just got straight up murdered and eaten, or what the hell?
Well, they were going to have one. He was going to have one for lunch, but he didn't quite manage it. Poor chirps.
So then what fucking happened? I'm kind of confused. So he breaks in, and then how exactly did he get Sonic from Toaster back into Hedgehog?
There's a bunch.
Did I miss some shit?
Well, the main device was going to do everybody at once, but in order to actually get to that point, he had to build a bunch of different prototypes first to test that it all works. And the prototypes have a reverse function.
So they just found one and just turned it on in reverse?
Basically, although it was less a case of they found one, as it's people with one found them to try and turn them into machines.
Weird.
Turning the tables on the person who's trying to stop them, sort of thing, you know.
That was a fucking trippy book, man.
Yeah, seriously.
It's a genuinely decent read. I've read this several times over the years, and it still stands up, I think. Some of them are quite weird, but book 2 is still a solid time travel story even today.
So when are we reading that one?
Next Sage, maybe, who knows?
Yeah.
The real problem
Okay.
is the lack of the available text, simply because this book isn't especially easy to find nowadays. I know Mark has some of them, but he hasn't got all 4. Other than that, I don't know anybody who's got any of them.
So it's not just laying around like in like TXT format on Google somewhere or some shit.
I've checked Google Books and it's not listed on there. Bearing in mind, this isn't something you could easily scan. It's 176 pages.
Oh, yeah. And I'm sure I don't know if anyone's actually tried to, translate it to, like, a text file or whatever.
Well, let me just do a very quick search on some sort of text that would actually bring it up. Let's say, what would be a good line to pick?
I mean, I'm just saying, like sometimes Sonic fans can be a little fucking crazy. Be a little crazy and fucking just write some shit out. You never know, man. Especially fucking back in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
I've done a Google search on the phrase "shut up and give Mickey the film." Unfortunately, that does not match any documents on Google.
Boo.
Brutal.
I would not be opposed to get to this getting transcribed. The problem is the sheer amount of time it would take to do it.
Right.
As I sit here and can do the little flick book.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say that is going to do it for Sonic the Hedgehog in Robotnik's Laboratory. Official reading by official people in an official setting of Sage 2016. But yeah, is there anything else you want to add before we sign off, Overlord?
How much more of Sage is there?
We've got until Saturday, is that right, PCO?
So what's coming up?
Until the end of Saturday, yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So what's coming up then? What have we got left to look forward to for Sage this year?
Well, we still have a fucking mystery booth that hasn't opened up yet. We still have a variety of streams. There's still Sage After Dark, which is going to be going on a couple hours from now. I think Pedro's got some wacky shit in mind. We are slowly developing better and better methods of visualizing our stream method here. So expect a lot of movies and shit like that.
Yeah.
We're going to come chill and watch them together. What was it?
I was going to say, I think the deadline for Rage is tomorrow. Is that right?
I think so. Neo's more the expert on Rage this year because he's the one fucking running it.
Right.
But I think that's correct.
Yeah, I think it is tomorrow. That's the deadline for that. So, again, if you haven't gotten your Totino's game submitted for Rage, you have a limited amount of time left to get that going. But yeah, is there anything else you want to add, PCO? Final thoughts?
Yeah. So before everyone says, "Oh boy, we need more of those fucking Rage," if your Rage game is taking you more than an hour to do, you might be doing something wrong.
It's too good for Rage, basically.
That's a lot of time to put into a rage title.
Yeah.
Did you see my my example title from last year?
I don't think I did.
So I made it in MS Paint and using the Windows Picture Viewer engine. It was just a fucking slideshow of fucking MS Paint Sonic fucking running fucking with a bunch of fucking wacky shit in the background. And you just click the first one, you just hold down right to win, and Sonic just keeps running right,
Yeah.
and then you win. That was my game. That's a fucking do some stupid shit like that. You know, it's fucking rage. Like don't be thinking you're not. It's not good enough. It's fucking rage. Shut up.
Yeah, Rage is specifically a bad game jam. Like that's basically been the entire genesis of Rage since its initial
I say, yeah, that's the whole point, isn't it?
yeah. And then when something like Sonic Boom and the Smash Crew comes in, it's like, wait, you put in a good game, you're doing it wrong, dog. I'm sorry. But hey, if it does turn out to be something that's pretty good, that's an idea you should probably run with. But again, don't think too hard on Rage. Don't pressure yourself too much. It's easier than ever to make a video game in like 1 hour. But yeah, get those entries in, and other than that, I think that's gonna go ahead and do it. This is Bartman3010 driving these fan games here. David the Lurker, even though we had to kind of run off, take care of some errands. And of course, Overlord and Perfect Chaos Zero, thanks for joining in.
Yeah, not a problem.
Yo.
And we will see you later. Sage 2016 continues with whatever's going to happen next. And of course, later on.
Oh well, right now we're just gonna play a few hella old Sonic the Hedgehog commercials. It's part of our backlog of various YouTube videos. While we I don't know, sort out whatever the fuck we're playing next.
Yep. Yep, that's going to do it. And thanks again for tuning in. And of course, for those of you who are just in the YouTube page, go to sageexpo.org. Check out all the games. Check out, get your rage entries in, and we'll see you at the showcase.